And race number 1 of the New South Wales Sprint Championships is underway. It is the first heat of the men's under-21 single scull. First 4 to go through to the final. And 5th will be eliminated from the event. Charlie Slack of Glebe in lane 2. Hayden Williamson, Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 3. Lachlan Larson of Cranbrook in lane 4. Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School is a scratching out of lane 5. We've got Marcus Black of UNSW in 6. And Angus Dunstan of UTS in lane number 7. Marcus Black with a little bit of work to do coming in this last 120 metres. Charlie Slack's heaving on the big ones over on the far side of the course. Angus Dunstan on this side of the course from UTS has got the race lead. Slack in second spot, and a good race for third between Hunter Valley Grammar School and Cranbrook. So it looks like they'll be the 4 that progress here. Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy, and he's going to be followed home by Charlie Slack of Glebe in second spot. Great race for third, and I think on the stroke it was Hayden Williamson just edging out Lachlan Larson. Those 4 will progress through to the final, and Marcus Black of University of New South Wales placing 5th. And heat number 2 of the men's under-21 single scull underway. And once again, the first 4 making it through to the final. And the field that we have, Samuel Forbes of the University of Queensland in lane number 2, or lane 3 in fact, coached by Michael Russell. Will Stedman of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 4. In lane 5 from Newcastle University and Team Zimbabwe, Trayfon Stamboli. In lane 6, Penrith Rowing Club's Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. And Jack Stone, coached by Adrian Henning, representing Cranbrook School in lane number 7. So Liam Taylor, 1 win earlier today in the mixed quad scull, and he's leading this one, and he's leading by about a boat length from Trayfon Stamboli of Newcastle University Boat Club and Team Zimbabwe. And then it's a good race going on for third spot. In fact, third, fourth and fifth, all within about a boat length. Cranbrook, University of Queensland and Hunter Valley Grammar School. So who's got the sprint here in the sprints to go through to the final? Liam Taylor looking very strong at the head of the field. And he's able to just have a little casual glance across to his right and see that he's got the measure of the other scullers. He's coming into the last 40 metres, and the Penrith sculler in the swift boat set to take out heat 2 of the men's under-21 single scull. And first to Penrith Rowing Club, second to Newcastle University Boat Club, Team Zimbabwe, Stamboli, University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes third, and Jack Stone will round out the 4 scullers to progress through to the final. Will Stedman of Hunter Valley Grammar School claiming 5th position.
And ladies and gentlemen, up next we have the women's under-16 single scull in the marshals' hands at this stage. In lane 1 we have Nepean number 1, Viddy Young, coached by Daniel Waddle. In lane number 2, St George, Charlotte Oliver, coached Mark Featherston. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Hardy Heap, coaches Charlie Patterson and Andy Hoffman. Lane 5, Nepean number 2, Emily Boyes, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, that's Erin O'Kane. Lane 7, Leichhardt number 2, that's Sabrina Kozar, coaches Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calentar. And lane 8, Nepean number 8, Maya Edwards, coached by Daniel Waddle. And we are underway with racing right now in these women's under-16s Heat 1 single scull. Very fast start from everyone over here. It looks like we have a very close pack. It is only 500 metres, so we'll see if anyone can break ahead as they come past the trophy area here. But at this stage, it looks to be, I believe, the lane 7 crew, Leichhardt number 2, perhaps with a very slight bow ball in front of the rest of the field. Lanes 4 dropping back Sydney Rowing Club, it looks like. But at this stage, yes, lane 7 and perhaps lane 8, Nepean number 8 too, giving it a good battle. Coming into the last 200 metres or so, and it looks to be the lane 7 crew of Leichhardt number 2 just half a length in front, with the lane 6 crew, Hunter Valley Grammar, very close behind. Very hotly contested race here. Hunter Valley Grammar just edging, having a look over his shoulder now, getting the rate up, trying to get that as many strokes in as possible towards the line. Yep, a lot of crowds shouting and cheering. Let's see what they can do. But it looks like at this stage, Leichhardt number 2 in lane 7, that's Sabrina Kozar, getting that half a length lead in front. Nice, long, continuous rowing. Oh, but what's this? Let's have a look. Overcrossing lane number 2. That's Nepean number 1. Missed that there with about a length in front coming across the line. That's Nepean number 1, Viddy Young, followed closely by lane number 7, 6, 4, and 3. Very, very tight racing from this women's under-16 single scull. Very close race there. That was a winning time of Nepean number 1, Viddy Young, with a 1:59. Very fast, 500 metres there. Turning our attention back now to the 1500 metre mark, it is the women's under-16 single scull Heat 2. In the starters' hands at this stage, we have lane 2, Carrera, lane 3, Kinross Walleroy, lane 4, Leichhardt number 1, lane 5, Nepean number 4, lane 6, Nepean number 7, lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar, and lane 8, Nepean number 6. And they are away. It looks to be at this stage the lanes 7 and 8 crews, that's Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgie Jones, and lane 8, Nepean, that's Georgia Ewan, with a flying start ahead of the pack right now. The middle lanes seem to be just dropping back. It looks like lane 6, Nepean number 7 at this stage, just edging down about half a both length. But it looks to be lane 7 and 8 battling it out for a very close sprint down towards the 250 metre mark to go. Coming down into the last 200 metres of this under-16 women's single scull in the second heat. Very close in the pack between, it looks to be, lane number 3, Kinross Wallaway number 1, Lucy Ridey, with a very good push towards the end of this race. Very well timed there by Lucy Ridey. In second place, very, very close, but it looks to be lane number 4, light cut number 1, Grace Connery. Or rather, lane number 5, that's Nepean number 4's Jade Sharp, edging the bow ball in front of lane number 7, Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgie Jones, who's just dropped off the rate a little bit, trying to stride out, putting her back into this one. Lane number 8's just dropping back, but it looks to be at this stage with clear water, lane number 3, Kinross Wallaway's number 1, Lucy Ridey. Very strong, powerful finishes there, coming into the back turn. Followed closely behind by lane number 5's Nepean number 4, Jade Sharp, and a very close sprint to the line between lanes 4 and 7. It looks like lane 7 just getting ahead for a couple of seconds. Lane number 2, 6 and 8 for a very close finish to round out this field. And that was a winning time of 1:56 by Kinross Wallaway's Lucy Ridey. Very fast race there. Congratulations. And racing is now underway for the women's under-16 single scull heat number 3. Very fast start indeed. It looks to be the lane number 7 crew. I'll go through the names now. That's Glebe number 1 in lane 2, Glebe number 2 in lane 3, Nepean number 5 in lane 4, North Shore in lane 5, Crower in lane 6, Nepean in lane 7, and Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 8. Fast start coming down towards the 250 metres to go. Looks to be pretty tight in the middle of the pack with lanes 6, 7, 5 and 4 relatively stable. 6, 7, 5 and 3 it seems to be. But at this stage it looks to be lane 6, the Carrara crew of Somers Hogan, coached by Wesley Canny, edging in front there, coming past the 250 metre mark to go. Very high rate, very clean around the back turn, and hotly contested, I must say, by lanes number 3. That's Glee, Patricia Boland it seems to be. Two very, very accomplished rowers there, trying to make their way down past that 200 metre mark now into the last end of this sprint straight. It looks to be very, very close. I can't really tell from this box, ladies and gentlemen, but it looks to be perhaps lane number 3, Glebes, Patricia Boland, just getting that rate up, very sharp catch. Followed closely behind by lane number 6 is Carrara, that's Somers Hogan. About 100 metres to go now. It looks to be lane number 3's Glebe, that's Patricia Boland, with about perhaps half a length in front, if that. Really trying to get the strike rate up at the top end of the stroke, but followed very closely behind by lane number 6's Somers Hogan from Carrara. But at this stage, with about 5 strokes to go, 5-10 strokes to go, it's going to be lane number 3's Glebe Rowing Club, Patricia Boland, with clear water it seems. That's a length in front. Very well done to Patricia, followed closely behind by lane number 6's Carrara. In third place, it's going to be lane 2, Glebe Isabel Bung, followed by lanes 4. Very close place between 5 and 6 here. Perhaps a photo finish. That was a winning time of 1:56 by Glebe's Patricia Boland. Congratulations. And rounding out the field here is lane number 8, Hunter Valley Grammar, Isabel Nichols. Well done. Okay, racing is well and truly underway in this women's under-17 single scull. That's heat 1. I'll go through the lanes very quickly. That's lane 3, Kinross Woolloomooloo number 1, lane 4, UQ, lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, lane 6, Newcastle, and lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar. Coming towards the 250 metre mark to go now. Very tight racing here, but it looks to be, I believe that's lane 1's Kinross Woolloomooloo number 1, perhaps with just a bow ball in front there of lane 2's UQ, followed closely behind the pack of lanes 5, 6, and 7. That's Sydney, Newcastle, and Hunter Valley Grammar. And with about 100 metres to go, it looks to be the crew in lane 3, Kinross Woolloomooloo. That's Tessa Wong, coached by Andrew Gannon, with about a length in front of the competitors from UQ. That's Pia Hapitsu, coaches Philip Bonignon and Lily Lunny. But very well raced there by Kinross Woolloomooloo with about a length in front. University of Queensland still maintaining contact, but is it too little, too late? Oh! And it looks like we have a little bit of a capsition there by the Sydney rowing crew in lane 5. But at this stage, it's Kinross Woolloomooloo number 1, lane 3. Well done to Tessa Wong, followed very closely behind by University of Queensland. And that was Tessa Wong with a running time of 1:55 minutes there. Lane 6 coming across the line now tidily, along with lane 7's Hunter Valley Grammar. And as we wait for the commencement of the second heat of the women's under-17 single scull, I'm joined here today by the president of the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, Miss Charlie Sandwicks.
Oh, hello everyone.
Charlie, it's great to have you up here in the box. Have you had many races today?
Yeah, I've had a double this morning in the CD.
The CD, and was that at the Reindeer Regatta or the Sprint Championships this morning?
The Reindeer Regatta.
The Reindeer Regatta. And could you just comment on the University of New South Wales' performance in this last day and a half or so?
Honestly, we are smashing it. The amount of mugs we've got, great work everyone. Really proud of everyone's performance, especially our novice squad in the novice division and in the CD grade. They've trained really hard this season and it's showing. Yeah,
I must say, Chris Burns, a big shout out to Chris Burns on the work he's done with the novice squad. He does it every year, and he never fails to impress with the work that he's done. Some of these rowers have been racing for less than a year, or almost a year now, I'd say, and the fact that they're racing in such a high grade, CD grade, it's very competitive racing here that we've seen, especially in the last 24 hours or so.
Yeah.
So big props to Chris Burns.
All right, up the course, we've got Heat 2 of the women's under-17 single scull. In lane 3, we've got Uni of Queensland, Astrid Thomas. Lane 4, Kinross, Woolloomooloo, Sienna, Wilkin. I think we've got a scratch in lane 5 from Sydney, Sophia Stevenson. Lane 6, Glebe, Lucy. And lane 7 from Sydney again, Xenia Palmer. And they're off. Heat number 2 of the women's under 17 single scull. Strong start. Lane 6 and 7 are battling it out at the start, coming down the course now.
Into the last 250 metres now here of this women's under 17 single scull. It looks to be the Glebe crew of Lucy Absley, hotly contested against the Kinross Walleroy crew. Oh, and another capsition there from the lane 4 crew, it seems to be. But at this stage, it looks like 2 very hotly contested single sculling rowers here. I believe Kinross Walleroy in lane 4. Or was that University of Queensland? I believe it's University of Queensland. That's Astrid Thomas there. Very high rate of striking as they come down towards the last 100 metres of this race. Followed closely by lane 6's Glebe. That's Lucy Yabsley. Lucy there just taking the strike rate very nice and high, trying to bring it all the way to the line. Lane 3 is Kinross Walleroy really enjoying this clear water here. They've got a length in front, nice long powerful strokes, having a peek over her shoulder. It's going to be too little too late for lane 6's Lucy Yabsley, who comes across in a tidy second place. But it's lane 3 is lane 3 is University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas rather, followed closely by the Glebe crew of Lucy Yabsley. That's a photo finish. And in third place is lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, Zinnia Palmer, across the line there handily. Well done to all the ladies. And we are only moments away from the men's under-16 double scull as the marshalling boats head off, assisting our racers from the previous race. Charlie, it's not easy getting back into single scull, is it?
No, especially not for girls with that upper body strength that you need to get back in, especially after a race as well. You're tired and you don't want to get
400 metre sprint, it's not going to do you any favours trying to get back into a boat. So
No.
very well done to the racers of the previous event. But we'll turn our attention now to the men's under-16 double scull. In lane 3, we have Hunter Valley Grammar's William Hunt and Samuel Longerin. Lane 4 is Cranbrook number 1, James Campbell and Maximilian Aquilin, coaches James Scott Brown and Jack Henderson. Lane 5, Leichhardt number 4, Jeremy Cooper, Luca Wilson, coaches Isaac Shepherd and New Year Callantar. Lane 6, Kinross Walleroy number 1, that's Thomas Robson and Lachlan De Veers, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 7's Hunter Valley Gamma, Bailey Crop and Angus Prudy. As they're in the marshals' hands now, we're a few minutes away from race number 8.
All right. Bets are on. Who do you reckon's going to win, Drew, out of these crews?
Look, I must say that these 3 or 4 clubs here in schools have put on a very strong display for the racing here this last day and a half. It's hard to say, honestly. We have some great rowers and some excellent coaches, some former head of the river winning coaches as well, I must say, in this men's under-16 double scull. Kinross Walleroy have been putting on a very strong display, especially from their ladies in the last couple of races. So we'll see if the men can
Follow it up.
But at this stage, I want to say that lane 6, perhaps Kinross Walleroy. We'll see what happens.
All right, all crews for the men's under 16 doubles, heat 1, are lining up.
With a slight tail here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It's not easy to get the crews in a perfect line, but the marshal is they do their best. They do their absolute best. And it looks like we have a line now, so we're only seconds away. And here they go. They are off the men's under 16 double scull. Once again, in lane 3, we have Hunter Valley Grammar, lane 4, Cranbrook number 1, lane 5, Leichhardt number 4, lane 6, Kinross Walleroy number 1, and lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar. A blistering start in these double sculls here. Charlie, switching gears now between the single and the double scull. Any comments between the two boat classes?
I'm personally impartial to a double scull, a bit more buffer between you know, extra person to play off, extra person to yell at.
And that extra person certainly does help. It's a much faster boat class, and we're certainly seeing that now as they come down the course here, down towards the 250 metre mark. It looks like the blue boat, I believe that's Kinross Walleroy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie. Kinross Walleroy in the lead there with a very, very flying start down by through the 250. Followed closely behind that lane 7 Hunter Valley Grammar crew. But it's Kinross Walleroy with a very high rate of striking into the front end there, coming down towards the 200 metres to go, really letting it out on the course. Followed closely behind it looks to be the lane number 4 crew, Cranbrook number 1. Again, bringing the rate up a touch, trying to edge their way back, reel their way back towards that Kinross crew. But it's Kinross Walleroy with about half a length in front. Maintaining that nice high rate of striking, just lengthening it out now, striding it out as they get tired into the back end of this race.
All right, I reckon it's lane 6. Lane 4, waiting for a push. Lane 6 is pushing through. And it's lane 6 with a comfortable win.
Very close finish here between lanes 5 and 7. It looks to be lane 5, followed then by lane 3 rounding out the field. That was lane 6's Kinross Walleroy number 1, Thomas Robson, coached by Lachlan De Veers, with a very fast 1:44.500 in the single. Very well done to the crews there. And a photo finish for lanes 5 and 7 between Leichhardt number 4 and Hunter Valley Grammar. In the starters' hands, and they are away. This is the second heat of the men's under 16 double scull in lane 3 Hunter Valley Grammar, or rather in lane 3 in the pin, lane 4 Cranbrook number 2, lane 5 Leichhardt number 3. The scratching, I believe, from lane 6 and lane 7 is Kinross Walleroy number 2, looking to defend that Kinross title from the previous race. At this stage, it does look to be the Kinross Walleroy crew with a very good flying start out in that lane 7 position. That's the crew of Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, coached by Benjamin Watt. Followed again closely on the far side of the course by Nepean number 1 crew in lane 3. That's James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Coming towards the 250 metre mark now. How would they be feeling, Charlie?
I reckon the 250 metre mark is where you start to feel it. After the start and your first free 20 strokes, you're starting to feel the lactic.
Absolutely. I think 250 metres of straight sprinting is nothing to sniff at, and these crews seem to be handling it very well. It looks to be almost a dead heat between the far crew and the nearest crew of Nepean and Kinross Walleroy. Kinross trying to maintain that high rate of striking, but that Nepean crew, it seems to be getting really good bow run off the back turn there as they come down towards the last 100 metres of the race or so.
And Nepean have picked it up for the end. Nepean are in front.
It looks to be clear watered for Nepean and a very well-dressed stroke seat to boot. But it does look like Lane 3's Nepean Rowing Club of James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt to have a length in front of the Lane 7 crew, Kinross Walleroy number 2.
Followed by Lane 5, Leichhardt.
And rounding out the field is Lane 4's Cranbrook number 2 of James Walker and Max Mills. Very well done, boys. And that was a winning time of 1:44 by the Nepean crew, James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt. Well done, lads. And ladies and gentlemen, up next we have what is to be a set of very, very serious races here. That's the men's open single scull sprints, starting with Lane 1, UTS, Henry Blackwell. Lane 2, UTS again, Mr. Patrick Burke. Lane 3, UQ, Mac Russell. Lane 4, University of New South Wales, Mr. Harry O'Donnell. Lane 5, UTS, Matthew Robertson. Lane 6, University of New South Wales, Big Zach Partridge. Lane 7, Community of Christopher James. And Lane 8, Drummoyne. Charlie, we have some big names in this race. Who are your bets on?
Oh, I'm going to say Pat.
Pat Burke, yeah, I would agree. Paddy Burke, an honorary member of the UNSW Rowing Club, following our successful Uni Games campaign earlier in the year. And it looks to be racing now underway off the 1,500 metre mark of this men's open single scull heat number 1. Very close, but I do believe that Drummoyne crew got away first in the first couple of strokes. We've yet to see if the UTS boys of Henry Blackwell, Paddy Burke and Matthew Robertson, who have been rowing together for this last couple of days now, if they can put on a show in the last 250 metres. But at this stage, it looks to be the close side of the course with the crews of University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge, Community and Drummoyne, all in the mix, coming towards the 250 metre mark.
I reckon that Pat is in front in lane 2.
It looks to be Mr. Patrick Burke there, coming into the last 250 metres with a very good run off the back turn of his boat there, followed closely by Henry Blackwell, but not to discount the crews.
Zach Partridge.
Zach Partridge, I would say, is moving through the field in the last 200 metres, rowing through the Community crew of Christopher James and the Drummoyne crew of Nicholas Brown. So, but it looks to be at this stage, perhaps Henry Blackwell just getting his black ball in front. Yeah, that's lane number 1, Henry Blackwell, just taking the rate of striking up nicely, enjoying that nice boat run to the last 50 metres of this race.
Come on, Zach, you've got this.
Followed closely by Pat Burke, who's just letting that boat run off the back turn. In lane 5, it looks to be a very, very close race for third. It looks to be perhaps lane 5 or Zach Partridge coming from lane 2, bring his rating striking up in front of the lane 5 crew. Yes, there it is. Zach Partridge in front of lane 5's UTS Matthew Robertson, followed then by lane 3, lane 7, and then rounding out the field is lane 4's Harry O'Donnell. And lane 8.
Top 4 will be making it into the final. So that is Henry Blackwell, Pat Burke, Zach Partridge, and Matthew Robertson.
Very well done to those top 4 rowers, and very well done to this first heat of the men's open single. And turning our attention now back towards the 1500 metre mark. It's the second heat of the men's open single. Very quickly now, lane 2, University of New South Wales, Robbie Island. Lane 3, Nepean, Jason Waddle. Lane 4, UQ, Samuel Forbes. Lane 5, Penrith, Bradley Moran. Lane 6, University of New South Wales, Eskil Zakrisen. Lane 7, UTS, Mitch Kaponis. And lane 8, UTS, Peter Waldrisi. Close racing here, but it looks to be the closest to us. Peter Waldrisi from UTS, followed closely by the UTS, Mitch Kaponis, coming down towards the last 250 metres of this race. UTS putting on a very strong display in this men's open single scull division. Very close racing to the last 200 metres here. I must say, Nepean, number 3, Jason Waddle, putting up a really good fight, perhaps for second or third place. But it looks to be the front runners, 2 UTS boys, Mitch Kaponis and Peter Waldrisi, really battling it out for that first spot. Mitch Kaponis getting his rate of striking up, having a look. Yeah, there it is. Really high rate, followed close behind by Peter Waldrisi. But it looks to be Mitch Kaponis, yes, edging his bow ball in front. He's a length in front now, finishing the race off strong, taking it all the way to the line. That's Mitch Kaponis, having a look to his right. Clear water there for Mitch Kaponis. Very well done to you. Followed closely by his UTS compatriot, Peter Waldrisi. Very well done there. Again, lane number 4, finishing off in that third place position, University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes. And the 4th place is lane number 3, Nepean's Joseph Waddle. So well done to those top 4 crews there, progressing on to the A final. Eskil Zakrisen rounding out the field there. And Robbie Island from the University of New South Wales rounding out the field there to finish off this men's open single scull. And with that, I will pass the commentator's box back to my companion up here, Owen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I'm Drew Kumar. You've been great. God bless.
We've got the first of the finals. It's the para single scull, and we have in lane number 3 from Community Rowing Club Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Lane 4, the University of Queensland, Kaylee Mitchell, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 5, Eleanor Taylor, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And in lane 6, Communities, Lauren Webber, also coached by the triumvirate of Craig, James and Ramjan. And it is Kaylee Mitchell that's got the slender advantage here, and some good race coming from Lauren Webber on this side of the course and Bronte Marshall on the far side of the course. They're the top 3 at the moment. Eleanor Taylor in 4th position. We're coming up to the halfway mark of this 500 metre race, and still within striking distance of the medals, all 4 of these scullers. And good little push now coming from Marshall on the far side of the course, and just starting to chew into that lead that Kaylee Mitchell had built up in the first half of the race, and Lauren Webber still getting stuck in on this side of the course. So these 3 still pushing at it, and Eleanor Taylor by no means out of the medal hunt here as they come into the last 150 or so metres. And Bronte Marshall continuing to step over on the southern side of the course, and going now stroke for stroke with Kaylee Mitchell from the University of Queensland, and looks like Marshall's now put her bow in front. Lauren Webber back in 3rd spot, Ellie Taylor in 4th. So a great race between these 2 as they fight it out only another 70 or so metres to go. Stroke length starting to shorten a little bit, rates going up. And it is still Bronte Marshall with a very slender advantage. Half a boat length over Kaylee Mitchell. You can see the difference in stroke length and stroke rate here, and that's propelling Bronte Marshall to the win in the para single scull. Second to Kaylee Mitchell of the University of Queensland. And third will go to Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club, and fourth to Eleanor Taylor of Community Rowing Club in the first of the finals, the para single scull.
All right, next up we've got lane 13, the women's masters pair. We've got the North Shore crew off go in lane 6, and then Leichhardt in lane 3, and Lake Macquarie in lane 4, and University of New South in lane 2 is off.
Yeah, so the staggered age-based handicaps here, the younger age A crew over on the far side of the course starting off 11 seconds, and we already saw Zago and Matthews have a good win in the pair. It was a double earlier on today, wasn't it? The women's masters double, yes. So we'll see how they go with one oar in each hand. Olivia Zago, a very good competitor.
She is a great
Australian
racer.
Junior team member from about a decade ago. And a fair bit to reel in 11 seconds from the experienced Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, of course, one of the top masters crews in their age group as they move through the age categories, and they're still leading this one from Berry and McDonald, who won their division of the pair yesterday as well. So a very strong field here in this field of 4.
UNSW have definitely caught up on their 11-second start time. They are powering through.
Yeah, so they've made the catch with Leichhardt, and certainly on the hunt now for the Lake Macquarie crew, and can they catch the crew from North Shore on this side of the course? So a great race here as they come into the last. It's only about 140 metres left to go for the North Shore boat, a little more for the others. But UNSW now just starting to draw alongside with the Lake Macquarie crew. Charlie, how do you see this panning out?
Oh, I'm going to say my biased answer is University of New South, but
we'll have to see
their finishes are strong. Come on, get your rate up, Lisa.
And they're going for it. And it is North Shore still with the advantage, and they've only got 30 metres left to cover, and they may just claim this one. So as they come up towards the line, North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell take the win. University of New South Wales going to hold on for second spot from Lake Macquarie in third, and Leichhardt will be fourth. So unofficial time 1:57.34 for the North Shore boat of Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder. And this presentation now is for the para single scull, and in third place, and the bronze medalist representing Community Rowing Club, Lauren Webber, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Second place and silver medalist representing the University of Queensland, Kaylee Mitchell, coached by Michael Russell. And gold medalist and New South Wales Sprint Champion for 2023, representing Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate medalists in the para single scull.
All right, next up on the start line, we have race 14, which is the Division 4 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. The lane 1, we've got Centenary, Peter Hayes. Lane 2, Shoalhaven, Andres Mendes, coached by Andrew Perry. Lane 3, Des Moines, Richard Jones, coached by Robin McNee. Lane 4, Glebe, Mark McEwen. Lane 6, Glebe, Mark Chechen. Lane 7, Penrith, Andrew Sapaski, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. Lane 8, Des Moines, Graham. And lane 9, North Shore, John James, coached by John James and John James.
And John James is away and the others giving him up to 39 seconds. So they're still on the start line and just starting to peel off now. So that's Andrew Sapansky heading off on 34 seconds and now the back markers are starting to move off. So John James has been in this situation before at the Australian Masters 6 months ago. He won the Champion of Champions single scull, which was the last race of the regatta, and he did it from this side of the course and held off all other competitors. So he'd be a fair favourite from this. Olympic silver medalist from 1964 and still going at 86 years of age and an inspiration to many. So John James in control here, and we'll see what the back markers can do. We saw Mark Tejan in the red boat do very, very well in his single scull race, and he's very, very good in these beautiful still conditions, and he's starting to make a good impression 4 out from the grandstand. And over on the far side of the course, Peter Hayes of Centenary also having a good crack as he comes up towards the 1750 metre mark. But John James, he's at about the 1850 metre mark and leading this crew, or leading this field as they come into the deciding stages of this one. Richard Jones of Des Moines and Mark McEwen of Glebe in a good little tussle. And Graham Wern in the timber boat in lane number 8. Also going along strongly as well. He's still in second spot and trying to hold off Tejan and the fast finishing Hayes over on the far side of the course from Centenary. John James looking very strong here as he comes up to the last 30 or 40 metres and set to take this one out, and he's going to do so with a very, very healthy buffer. Great win here to John James in the Masters Single Scull Division number 4. Graham Wern looks like he might hold on, and Mark Tejan in third spot. Peter Hayes over on the far side of the course for Centenary looks like he's set to finish in 4th. And then we have a great race going on between Mark McEwen and Richard Jones. Richard Jones of Des Moines in the green and gold may just get there, does so in fact. So there's 5th, and Mark McEwen in 6th for Glebe. And then we go to Andres Medinas of Shoalhaven in 7th and Andrew Sapansky of Penrith in 8th position.
All right, next up we've got our medal presentation for the Women's Masters pair. In third place, we have Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Yeah. And in second place is Uni of New South, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. In first place, we have North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Big congratulations to all the women who raced. Put your hands together for our New South Wales Sprint Champs.
And we have Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scullers. Race 15 on the course now. 4 scullers there. And we have Newcastle University, David Hislop. In lane 3, Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie in 4. Mark Whitaker of Shoalhaven in 5. Chris Walsh of North Shore in 6. And Chris Walsh was the front marker off go. And the others gave him 3 seconds. And they've started to make the catch in that before they hit the last 100 metres. And it is David Hislop of Newcastle University that still leading. Jeremy Smith throwing the big ones in at the moment, and he's trying to claw this margin down. It's half a canvas at the moment. Jeremy Smith in lane number 4, David Hislop in lane number 3, and Hislop I think is just going to hold on. Jeremy Smith would have loved an extra 4 strokes, but he's not going to get it. And Mark Whitaker of Shoalhaven, he places 3rd, and Chris Walsh of North Shore 4th in a very tight men's Masters Single Scull Division number 3. And this presentation is for Division 4 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. The other medalists who can't join us, in 3rd place was Glebe's Mark Tejan, 2nd place Drummoyne's Graham Wern, and the gold medalist representing North Shore, John James. And our next presentation is for Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. The bronze medalist from Shoalhaven was Mark Whittaker. Silver medalist from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith. And the gold medalist representing Newcastle University Boat Club, David Hislop. And on the course now, race number 16, Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. In the field that we have Christopher Jones of St George in lane 2, Stuart Drury of Shoalhaven in lane 3, Christopher Niche of Glebe in lane 4. Alex Doidge is missing there from Drummoyne in lane number 5, so he's a withdrawal. In lane 6 we have Nicholas Brown of Drummoyne and James Halliday of UNSW in lane 7 and Andrew McEncrow in lane number 8 from the University of New South Wales. And McEncrow leading this one, and Nicholas Brown also going with him. Nicholas Brown had a pretty quick turnaround. He rode the heats of the open single and looked like he paddled home that last little bit and used that as a bit of a warm-up for this one. And now he's started to put his bow in front, having a great tussle with McEncrow. These two very familiar from the trials from the New South Wales Masters State Quad from last year. And they did seat race after seat race against one another, and having a good little battle here. McEncrow and Nicholas Brown in third spot. We have James Halliday and Christopher Jones fighting it out for that bronze medal. But Nicholas Brown just has his bow in front. McEncrow throwing everything at him. And looks like Nicholas Brown may just hold on to get this one. And he does, in fact. Nicholas Brown takes the gold medal. Second to Andrew McEncrow of the University of New South Wales. Third to James Halliday of UNSW. Fourth, Christopher Jones of St George. Christopher Niche of Glebe is in fifth, and then followed by Stuart Drury of Shoalhaven in sixth position. And race 17 is Division 1 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. And we have over in lane number 2 from Abbotsford, Andreas Roman, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. In lane 3, Brisbane Grammarians, Jono Tannehill. In lane 4, Nepean Jason Waddell. Those three scullers all off 2 seconds. And the scullers off go on this side of the course, Mohammed Eid of UNSW in lane number 5, Marcus Wilson of Leichhardt in lane 6, and Christopher Owens of Shoalhaven in lane number 7. And a great race going on here. Tannehill from Brisbane Grammarians was blasted out along with Jason Waddell of Nepean, who made it through to the final of the Men's Open Single Scull, who's a member of the New South Wales Penrith Cup crew last year. Very, very well credentialed, very, very talented sculler. And also fighting it out with Marcus Wilson of Leichhardt, who's looking very strong on this side of the course. And Waddell just starting to put in those extra strokes here, and he started to move past Wilson of Leichhardt and the Brisbane Grammarian sculler in the boat with the black tips. Brisbane Grammarian sculler's got the rate up. Waddell just looks a touch smoother. He's just getting that boat to run a little bit more for him. He's getting in as many strokes. And Waddell now just starting to stretch it out to about a boat length. It's not by any means done for at the moment. Jono Tannehill throwing everything at Jason Waddell here. And Jason Waddell looks like he's able to respond. So Jason Waddell of Nepean Rowing Club set to take out Division number 1 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. In the end, about a length and a half the difference over Jono Tannehill of Brisbane Grammarians. Third place to go to Marcus Wilson of Leichhardt, who certainly threw everything at that first part of the race. And he'll go home with a bronze medal. Fourth to Andreas Roman of Abbotsford. Fifth to Christopher Owens of Shoalhaven, and Mohammed Eid of the University of New South Wales will finish in sixth position. And on the course now, para single scull, it's just down to the one competitor, Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School, is a withdrawal. So the University of Queensland's Mac Russell, the sole competitor in this one. He's coached by Michael Russell, his father, and Morgan Hodgson, his former doubles partner, or sometimes doubles partner, and is his coach there. And Mac Russell's certainly getting stuck in here and seeing how fast he can go. He's in that yellow boat, and he's cranking it at the moment as he comes up towards the 1750 metre mark. He just missed the final of the men's open single scull earlier today. He's putting in a great performance here, Mac Russell. The rate right up there. I'll try and get a clocking on him as he comes into that last 100 or so metres. And Mac Russell putting in a very fine performance here. He's about 40 strokes a minute here in the single, so he's got it moving, and he's coming into the last 70 or so metres. You see the lactic acid really building up in the shoulders at the moment, and Mac Russell really driving it home with the legs here as he comes in the last little bit, and we'll take out the para single scull race 18 for the University of Queensland. Great going there, 1:47.75, the unofficial time for Mac Russell of the University of Queensland. We now move to presentation for the men's Masters single scull, division number 2. The third place in the bronze medalist was from the University of New South Wales, James Halliday, who couldn't make it for the presentation. We have the silver medalist from the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEncroe, and the gold medalist representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Nicholas Brown. We congratulate medalists in the men's Masters single scull division number 2. next presentation is for race 18, the para single scull, and the winner representing the University of Queensland, Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell and Morgan Hodgson. The women's under 21 double scull is on the course. We're missing the two Sydney crews, and we have a field of 6 with the University of Queensland. Our last ones to join in at the start line, Isabel Shima and Kaylee Mitchell. And we have Singh and Mulquinny of UNSW in lane 7. One further away, King's College from Queensland, Ondino Chi and Inez Kritzler. In lane 4, Gary Katera and Madison Joiners of Penrith. UTS in lane number 3, April Draney and Annabelle Fuller. Over on the far side, we have Corowa in lane 2, Evangeline Broad and Adelaide Robb. And it's more towards the centre that we're looking. King's College, Ondino Chi and Inez Kritzler having a good battle with Penrith Rowing Club. And that's Gary Katera and Madison Joiners, and UTS also starting to look very strong here in the closing stage of this one. April Draney, Annabelle Fuller. So Corowa seeing if they can pinch a medal. Might be King's College coming under a bit of pressure here in the last 60 or so metres. Corowa have moved up into 3rd spot now and putting a lot of pressure on the Queenslanders. So UTS have moved to the lead now. So UTS, a lot happening. April Draney, Annabelle Fuller taking the win. Penrith 2nd spot. Bronze medal goes to Corowa, and then 4th place to King's College, then followed by the University of New South Wales in 5th, and University of Queensland claiming 6th, so a very strong last couple of 100 metres from UTS saw them come out on top in the women's under 21 double scull. The Women's Open Coxless 4 on the course, the University of New South Wales and the University of Queensland. Fighting this one out, Lisa Matthews, Isabella Niven, Olivia Zargo, Anna Ristic, the Chris Burns coached UNSW crew on the far side. And in the lead, University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop, Sophie Crane, Astrid Coates, Tiara Rayner, coached by Phil Bourguignon, and Lily Lunny. And University of Queensland out to about a boat length at the moment, as they're starting to move through the 1,750 metre mark, which is halfway for this 500 metre race. Still University of Queensland leading, but not in the bag at the moment. A lot can happen in sprints racing, as we've seen earlier in some of those singles races. It just takes a bad stroke and it can all come undone. So it is UQ still leading UNSW as they start to make their way into the point where the pink boys turn to red, indicating the last 100 metres of the race, and University of Queensland still leading. Its margins come down a little bit. University of New South Wales have pushed back on them, but hasn't been quite enough yet. University of Queensland still in the lead, and they've got the lead of about 2/3 of a boat length. And as they come in the last 10 metres or so, University of Queensland will take out the Women's Open Coxless 4 from the University of New South Wales in second place. And on the course now, the final of the Men's Open Quad Scull, and potentially the fastest boat class or fastest race we could have today. That'll all be determined, but University of New South Wales with 3 crews in this one, UTS 2 crews in this one. So UNSW in lane 3, Ball, Zacharson, Ireland, Wilson. UTS in 4 with Waldersey, Dunstan, Mather and Bosco. UNSW in 5 with O'Donnell, Burns, Pickford and Bohm. In lane 6, UTS with Blackmore, Cram, Caponis, Burke and Blackwell. And UNSW in lane number 7, Mendelwitz, Partridge, Harradine and Black. And UTS leading, crew in lane number 6, Mitch Blackmore, Cram, Mitch Caponis, Patrick Burke, Henry Blackwell. We saw these guys do very well in their single sculls yesterday, most of them. And you can see the long hair of Mitch Caponis in the 3 seat, Henry Blackwell in the stroke seat, and they're leading from the other UTS crew of Waldersey, Dunstan, Mather and Bosco. And a great race between University of New South Wales in lane 5 and their crew in lane number 7. So that's the Bohm crew and the Black crew. And the lead is going to be the Henry Blackwell stroke crew from UTS that take out the Men's Open Quad Scull, and they do so from UTS. The Zinc Bosco crew, look like Peter Waldersey in the stroke seat of that one, and the bronze medal going to O'Donnell, Burns, Pickford and Bohm of UNSW. 4th to the Mendelowitz, Partridge, Harradine and Black crew, and 5th to UNSW's Ball, Zacharson, Ireland and Wilson. So 1:26.26, a very fast time there from the UTS crew in taking out the Men's Open Quad Scull. Presentations now, and we move to the Women's Open Coxless 4, race number 20. Silver medalists were UNSW, Matthews, Niven, Zago and Ristic, and the winners representing University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop, Sophie Crane, Astrid Coates, Tiara Rayner, and their coaches Philip Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. Let's congratulate University of New South Wales, Queensland, winners of the Women's Open Coxless 4. Just on the start line now, a 9-lane final for the women's under-16 single sculls. We had the top 3 from 3 heats all progress, and the field that we have: Georgie Jones of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 1, Sabrina Koskar of Leichhardt in lane 2, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. In lane 3, Cora was Summers Hogan, coached by Wesley Canny. In lane 4, Lucy Reedy of Kinross Wallaroi School, coached by Emma Fessy. In lane 5, Gleaves Patricia Boland, coached by Milan Parker. Lane 6, Nepean Vita Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 7, Nepean Jade Sharp, also coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 8, Glebe Isabel Bug. And lane 9, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Erin O'Kane. We saw Patricia Boland look very dominant in her heat, and she's looking pretty strong here in this one, but also moving out with her is Vita Young of Nepean, Erin O'Kane on this side of the course from Hunter Valley Grammar School, and then the Kinross sculler Lucy Reedy putting in the big ones, trying to move up with the lead bunch, and also Sabrina Koskar of Leichhardt Rowing Club. So it's going to be a cracker of a finish, this one. Still looks like Boland with the lead. And Lucy Reedy certainly getting plenty of big strokes in here now. She's moved up into about 2nd spot now and trying to challenge Boland for the race lead. And then it's Koskar would be next, followed by Vita Young of Nepean, Erin O'Kane of Hunter Valley Grammar School. Cora was Summers Hogan, might even be just a touch further ahead. And then it is back to Isabel Bug of Glebe, Jade Sharp of Nepean, and Georgie Jones of Hunter Valley Grammar School. So Patricia Boland doing everything to hold off Lucy Reedy, who has thrown everything at her. These two have fought it out, and to get deserved medals here. Patricia Boland the gold, Lucy Reedy the silver medal, Sabrina Koskar the bronze, 4th to Vita Young of Nepean, 5th to Cora was Summers Hogan, followed by Erin O'Kane in 6th, Isabel Bug in 7th, and 8th to Jade Sharp of Nepean, and Hunter Valley Grammar School's Georgie Jones finishing a very exciting 9-lane final. Those results unofficial. We move now to presentations for the men's open quad scull, and in 3rd place and bronze medalists representing University of New South Wales, the crew of Harry O'Donnell, Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, and Alex Bohm, the crew coached by Cameron Butler. 2nd place and silver medalists representing UTS, Peter Waldersee, Angus Dunstan, Nicholas Mather, Zinc Bosco, and the crew coached by Sam Fennessy. And the gold medalists representing UTS, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, Mitchell Caponis, Patrick Burke, and Henry Blackwell. Crew coached by Judith Ungemark, Matthias Ungemark, and Sam Fennessy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate medalists in the men's open quad scull. Race 23 on the course, women's under 17 single scull. The field, Samantha Chadwick of Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 1, Xenia Palmer of Sydney in 2. Looks like the Hunter Valley Grammar School are not there, Chadwick. Pia Hatzipetru of University of Queensland in lane 3. Astrid Thomas, University of Queensland in lane 4. Tessa Wong, Kinross Wallaroi in 5. Lane 6, Lucy Yabsley of Glebe. Charlotte Holford of Newcastle in 7. Sienna Wilkin of Kinross Wallaroi in lane 8, and Maddie Wheelahan of Sydney in lane number 9. And Astrid Thomas of the University of Queensland looking very strong here. She had a great race with Lucy Yabsley in the heat, and Yabsley was relentless in trying to claw back that margin here, and it's a similar situation here. Astrid Thomas getting out to the lead, and Lucy Yabsley having to chase. And Astrid Thomas with the advantage. In third spot, we have Tessa Wong of Kinross Wallaroi School. And then it is back to UQ's Pia Hatzipetru in fourth, and Sienna Wilkin in fifth position. But it is Astrid Thomas that claims the win. Silver medal to Lucy Yabsley of Glebe. Bronze to Tessa Wong from Kinross Wallaroi School. This field taking very much a chevron format from the heat qualification. Fourth to Pia Hatzipetru of UQ. Sienna Wilkin fifth. Sixth to Xenia Palmer of Sydney. And seventh to Maddie Wheelahan of Sydney, and Charlotte Holford of Newcastle claiming eighth. Next up is the men's under 16 double scull. It's race 24. And the field that we have: lane number 1, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Bailey Crop and Angus Purdy. Lane 2, Leichhardt, William Spooge and Lucas van der Westhuizen, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calanta. Lane 3, Cranbrook, James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin, coached by James Scott Brown and Jack Henderson. Lane 4, Nepean, James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 5, Kinross Wallaroi, Thomas Robson and Lachlan DeVries, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 6, Kinross Wallaroi, Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, coached by Ben Watt. In lane 7, Leichhardt, Jeremy Cooper, Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calanta. Lane 8, Cranbrook, James Walker and Max Mills, coached by James Scott Brown and Jack Henderson. And lane number 9, Hunter Valley Grammar School, William Hunt and Samuel Lonergan. And it is Kinross that are looking very strong here in lane number 5. Thomas Robson, Lachlan DeVries. They've moved out to clear water over Nepean. And the other Kinross crew alongside of them has Searle and Buckland. And it's big trouble here for the, looks like the crew from Cranbrook had some steering difficulties, and now they're trying to rectify that, and it's essentially put paid to their chances in this one. But they're going to be strong and complete this race here, and they're managing to get things going once more. But Nepean are starting to push back. A Christmas hat there on Ezekiel Pratt. He's the New South Wales under-16 sculling champion, so he's got plenty of pedigree. And he's there with James Baker, and they're really starting to finish this one off strongly, and Kinross are coming under tremendous pressure from this Nepean crew. And Nepean putting in all the strokes here as they start to, could they get their bow in front on the last stroke? Kinross, Wallaroi and Nepean. Nepean, I think, might have pinched it. That'll go to a photo finish to determine the winner here. The bronze medal goes to Searle and Buckland. Fourth to Leichhardt, Spooge and van der Westhuizen. Fifth to Leichhardt, Cooper and Wilson, then followed by Hunt and Lonergan of Hunter Valley Grammar School in 6th, Walker and Mills in 7th, and then for Cranbrook, and then Crop and Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School in 8th. And James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin of Cranbrook will complete the full field of 9 in the men's under-16 double scull. Now move to presentation for the women's under-17 single scull. In third place and bronze medalist representing Kinross Wallaroi School, Tessa Wong. In second place, the silver medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Milan Parker, Natalia Dow and Lizzie Chapman. And first place and gold medalist representing the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas, coached by Philip Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. And please congratulate medalists in the women's under-17 single scull. Men's under-17 double scull on the course, and coming into the last 120 or so metres for the leaders. That's lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy, Oscar Cleary, Harry Dimmick, coached by Ben Watt, and they lead Tom Day and Oliver Smith, also coached by Ben Watt. And Nepean over on the far side, Angus George and Oscar Parsons. Kinross, Nepean, same combination, perhaps in a different order from the under-16 double scull. Kinross get a 1-2 in this one. Cleary and Dimmick claim the gold medal. Day and Smith the silver medal. Nepean grab bronze. 4th to Cranbrook, Vlahos and Messiter. 5th to Leichhardt with Simkovic and Fleet. And they're followed home by Riley Lee Coxall and Dylan Lee of Leichhardt in 6th. And Cranbrook's Henry Dawson and Toby Pearce in 7th place. Yeah. And on the course now, Division 1 of the Women's Masters single scull. It's race 26 in the field. We have Jem Lambert of Mossman in lane 2, Audrey Lejeune of Glebe in 3, Wendy Miller of Leichhardt in lane 4, Olivia Tonge of North Shore in 5, Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt in 6, Alyssa Calderwood of Shoalhaven in lane 7, and Elizabeth Sandow of Corowa in lane number 8. It is Olivia Tonge of North Shore that has put her bow in front and going out in pursuit of the Leichhardt scullers either side. Wendy Miller in lane number 4 and Nikki Lepresti in lane number 6. And Alyssa Calderwood of Shoalhaven also trying to see if she can muster up a medal here. It looks to be between those four. Jem Lambert of Mossman has moved up into 5th position, ahead of Audrey Lejeune of Glebe and Elizabeth Sandow of Corowa. So coming in the last little bit, and Tonge still with the race lead and leading by about 3/4 of a boat length. It might be enough to see her home. Olivia Tonge of North Shore will take out the Women's Masters Single Scull, Division number 1, almost a length in the end over Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt. Bronze medal going to Wendy Miller of Leichhardt, Alyssa Calderwood of Shoalhaven 4th, 5th to Jem Lambert of Mossman, 6th to Audrey Lejeune of Glebe, and Elizabeth Sandow of Corowa placing 7th. And results are now official for that men's under 16 double scull. It was Nepean that got the gold medal, 0.01 of a second ahead of Kinross Walleroy number 1, and a further 2.71 seconds back to Kinross Walleroy 2. So we move to the presentation for that event. As mentioned, the bronze medalist Kinross Walleroy 2, Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, coached by Ben Watt. Silver medalist Thomas Robson and Lachlan DeVries, coached by Ben Watt, representing Kinross Walleroy. And the gold medalist representing Nepean, James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation is for race 26, Division 1 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And in 3rd place, and bronze medalist representing Leichhardt, Wendy Miller. Second place, and silver medalist representing Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Steve Sherry. And in 1st place, and gold medalist representing North Shore, Olivia Tonge, coached by Guy Morgan. Please congratulate medalists in the Women's Masters Single Scull. And our next presentation is for race 22, the women's under-16 single scull. In third place and bronze medalist representing Leichhardt, Sabrina Koskar. Second place and silver medalist representing Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Reedy, coached by Emma Fessy. And Sabrina is now joining us at the medal presentation pontoon. And first place and gold medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Patricia Boland, coached by Milan Parker. Please congratulate medalists in the women's under-16 single scull. We now move to Division 2 of the Women's Masters single scull. And it is Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven that's leading this one, and leading very narrowly. Daniela Borgett of Leichhardt in second spot, and a great race going on for third. There's Jacqueline Harris in the mix, Phoebe Sanders also there, Zana Janser de Jong from Lake Macquarie in lane number 8, Zita Briones, the world champion from about 2001 in the women's lightweight quad, also trying to get in the hunt there for the medals. Katrina Davis will take the win though, 2 boat lengths to the good. Daniela Borgett of Leichhardt to claim the silver medal. Phoebe Sanders putting in the big strokes here and may just get there for the bronze medal. She does. Newcastle third, fourth Jackie Harris of Glebe, fifth to Zana Janser de Jong of Lake Macquarie, sixth to Anne Skilton of Glebe, Zita Briones of North Shore seventh, Michelle Aduzel of Lake Macquarie in 8th, and Kate Wareham of Glebe in 9th position. So a very fast 1:50.41 time for Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven, and that's after starting off a 2-second handicap. So that's flying in the second division of the Women's Masters single scull. And race 28 underway. Division 3 of the Women's Masters single scull, and we have Edith de Boer of Mossman in lane 2, Julie Underwood of Corowa in 3. Those two starting off 2-second handicap. They're the D scullers, and the others are the E category scullers. Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne in lane 4. Ruth Gibson has scratched out of lane 5 for North Shore. Renata Ipmer of Drummoyne in lane 6. Christine Foxton of Leichhardt in 7, and Jules Bosco of Newcastle University Boat Club in lane number 8. A good race going on here. It looks like Ipmer has put her bow in front for Drummoyne ahead of Hextall of Drummoyne, and then back to Corowa's Julie Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. And then we go to Jules Bosco of Newcastle University. And then a good race going on between Foxton of Leichhardt and de Boer of Mossman. So Renata Ipmer already took out the 1,000-metre Women's Masters single scull from Kathleen Hextall earlier on today, and leading here in the 500-metre equivalent. Hextall's putting in the big strokes in the grey boat, seeing if she can do two things here. Fend off Julie Underwood, who's putting in a spirited charge there in lane number 3, and also seeing if she can reel in her double sculling partner, Renata Ipmer. So Ipmer getting challenged now from Hextall, and Underwood as well, So who's going to get there? It looks like Ipma still with a slender advantage of about half a length, maybe even a third of a length. Bad stroke there, and that might have cost her. Well, in fact, just does hold on. Hextall second. Cora was Julie Underwood third. We'll await official results to confirm that. A good race going on for fourth here, and it's Jules Bosco that comes out on top. Fifth to Christine Foxton of Leichhardt, and Edith de Boer of Mossman claiming sixth. This presentation is for race 27, Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Third place and we'll just come back to that presentation. We'll take the race in progress, which is race 29, Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. As that is coming up into the last 150 or so metres. And a very, very good race going on between Tess Fearon, Lake Macquarie, Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne, M. Barak of Leichhardt. The scull is in lane 6, 7 and 8. A bit of a bad stroke there from Carmel Taylor of Leichhardt. She might have just got tangled on that buoy line and sort of put paid to her chances in this one. But Anne Harkham of Lake Macquarie also seeing if she can feature in the medals along with Louise McCoach of North Shore. So 5 scullers, 3 medals up for grabs here. And it's M. Barak and Tess Fearon going stroke for stroke as they come up towards the line. Fearon with a slight lead. I think we'll just hold on. Fearon first, second to Barak, and then followed home, I think, by Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne in third, Anne Harkham fourth, Louise McCoach fifth. Carmel Taylor has regrouped well to finish in 6th place, and Robin Wakefield of Shoalhaven 7th. We'll await official results on that one as we move to presentation for Division number 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Third place bronze medalist from Newcastle Rowing Club was Phoebe Sanders. Second place and silver medalist representing Leichhardt, Daniela Borgett, coached by Steve Sherry. And the gold medalist representing Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. to presentation now for race 28, Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. In third place, bronze medalist representing Corowa, Julie Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. Second place and silver medalist representing Drummoyne, Kathleen Hextall. Gold medalist also from Drummoyne, Renata Ipma. Please congratulate medalists in the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 3. And on the course now is race number 30. It's the fifth and final division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And we have had 3 withdrawals from this. Margaret Churton of Endeavour out of lane 4. Sue Walter of North Shore in lane 7 and Petra McCaskill of Abbotsford in lane 8. So it leaves us with a field of 4. Diana Trescott of Endeavour in lane 2. Started off 11 seconds along with Louise Termine of Lake Macquarie. And starting off 6 seconds in lane 5 was Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock, and Susan Kemp is the front marker in the red, white and blue of Newcastle Rowing Club in lane number 6. And still with a slender lead, Susan Kemp, but Louise Termine has been the one that has made a big move here, nearly drawing up level. In fact, nearly 3 scullers all almost in a row here, with Rosemary Hancock of Abbotsford also in the mix here. So a great finish coming up in this 5th and final division of the Women's Masters Single Scull with just 130 metres left to cover. Susan Kemp and Rosemary Hancock fighting it out, and Louise Termine seeing if she can row over the top of them from the back markers at 11 seconds. And Diana Trescott of Endeavour certainly not done with in this one. So where will these medals be distributed amongst the 4 scullers? Louise Termine with the lead, and leading from Rosemary Hancock, and now Diana Trescott of Endeavour has just moved into 3rd spot, and Susan Kemp of Newcastle in 4th, and it looks like that's how it'll finish. So a win there to Termine for Lake Macquarie. Abbotsford 2nd, Endeavour 3rd, and Newcastle placing 4th. And we now move to presentation for race 29, Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And presentation for race 29, Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. 3rd place representing Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart. Silver medalist representing Leichhardt, M. Barak, coached by Steve Sherry. And the gold medalist representing Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon. Please congratulate medalists in the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 4. And we now move to race 31, the Women's Under-21 pair, and it's the University of Queensland in lanes 3 and 4, UTS in 5, UNSW in 6, Sydney Rowing Club in 7. At the moment, it's the odd-numbered lanes that are doing very, very well. The UQ in lane 3, Bishop and Rayner. UTS in lane 5, Draney and Fuller, and Kelly and Bevington of Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 7, who have just put their bow in front. So Sydney Rowing Club leading from UTS, UQ in third spot. UTS may have just put their bow in front. We'll have to wait for the photo finish on that one. Sydney may have pinched that. We'll await official results. So third place to Bishop and Rayner of UQ, fourth to Coates and Crane of UQ, and UNSW, Singh and Mulquinny placing 5th. And there's the action replay provided by Ace Communications, John Meekings. Very, very close there. If you've ever been up into the finish tower, the boys that are there are not on the finish line. They're beyond the finish line, nearly about a metre or so. So very, very close. We'll see the result from the photo finish. And results are official Sydney Rowing Club getting it on the line, 0.11 of a second from UTS in second spot. So Sundays also there for Sydney as well. Men's under-21 single scull is the race on the course. The 8 scullers qualifying via the heats that were first races of the day. Jack Stone, Cranbrook in lane 1, coached by Adrian Henning. Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 2. Trayfon Stamboli of Newcastle University and Team Zimbabwe in lane 3. Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy, representing UTS in lane 4. In 5, Penrith's Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. Charlie Slack of Glebe in 6. Samuel Forbes of UQ, coached by Michael Russell. And Lachlan Larson of Cranbrook, coached by Adrian Henning. And it looks to be between the Penrith and the University of Queensland scullers in this one, as it presently stands. Great start from Samuel Forbes. And it's Liam Taylor, who was out in pursuit, and he's now looked to have put his bow in front. And Liam Taylor in the lead in lane number 5. He's got a 7 on his bow, but he's in lane 5, and he's in position number 1, and I think that's all he cares about. And Liam Taylor in the lead, Samuel Forbes in second spot. Great race for third. Charlie Slack and Trayfon Stamboli fighting it out. It's the Team Zimbabwe Newcastle University sculler that's going to get the bronze medal. Silver to Forbes, gold to Liam Taylor. And very close for 5th and 6th between Hunter Valley Grammar School's Hayden Williamson and Angus Dunstan. And then the 2 Cranbrook scullers also very close there for 7th and 8th between Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone. But Liam Taylor, 138, that's moving in under 21 single scull. This presentation is for race number 30, Division 5 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Third place, bronze medalist representing Endeavour, Diana Trescott. Second place and silver medalist representing Abbotsford, Rosemary Hancock, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. First place and gold medalist representing Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. Please congratulate medalists in Division 5 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Race 33 is the Women's Open Double Scull, and it's taken place without Leichhardt in lane number 3, but we have in lane 2 UNSW, Charlotte Sandwicks and Samantha Backler, coached by Chris Burns. In 4, Newcastle University, Teresa Chadwick and Chantel Lindsay. Lane 5, Glebe, Kelly Clifton, Ella Barnard. Lane 6, Corowa, Adelaide Robb and Amy Underwood. Lane 7, Newcastle University, Elizabeth Johnston and Emily Harcum. And in lane 8, UTS, April Draney and Kiralee Schofield. And it's UTS with the advantage over Corowa. We saw Corowa lightweights do very, very well yesterday, and they're matching up well together here in the double. They're in second spot ahead of Glebe in third. Then a good race going on for fourth between Newcastle University and the University of New South Wales. Peter, how's this going to play out?
It's looking good here, Nixie, I think. It looks like it might be the UTS crew, except they have had a couple of messy strokes, but they will, I think, take this race out. And it's followed there by lane 6. Quite a close race there. Lane 5 from Glebe. Lane 2, UNSW, will take 4th place. And then lane 7, I believe, there will take 5th. So quite a good race there, Nixie.
Yeah, very good race. A couple of dodgy little strokes there towards the end, and that's what sprint racing can do.
Yep, very on the limit there, isn't it?
Yeah, so UTS taking out the Women's Open Double Scull. We move to presentation now for the Women's Under-21 pair. Third place and bronze medalist representing University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop and Tiara Rayner, coached by Philip Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. The silver medalists were UTS, April Draney and Annabelle Fuller. And the gold medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington, coached by Charles Patterson. Please congratulate medalists in the Women's Under-21 pair.
We now move to race 34, I believe, and that will be the open men's pair. We've got Nepean, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell, the brothers from Nepean, and University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. A very experienced race here, although we do only have 2 boats. Definitely a wealth of experience in both these boats.
Yeah, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell were going to do the double, and they thought, well, let's have a race against UNSW, so we'll do the pair against Pickles and Burns of UNSW, and it's a pretty good race going on here as they come up towards halfway. Nepean slight advantage.
It does look so, yeah. Not bad rowing there by both boats. It looks like they're able to just tick the rate along in what is quite a difficult boat to sprint, the pair. But yeah, as you said, Nixie, it looks like it will be Nepean slight advantage as they come through the 250 metre mark of this 500 metre race.
And a little bit of a steering change there from Nepean, and that's given UNSW a bit of a sniff. So they've drawn level now, and coming in the last 150 metres. Who's got it? The brothers, the Waddell brothers, or Pickles and Burns?
Definitely a close one coming into that last 100 metres, signified there by the red boys. It looks like a bit of a step there by the Waddell brothers. They might just have edged their bow in front by the looks of things, Nixie.
UNSW just getting close to the buoy line here, so it's going to be exciting racing here. Nepean just with the lead. They're putting in a lot of strokes here as they come towards the line. Nepean going to hold on and take the win. A very good race there between Nepean and the University of New South Wales. And Nepean just coming out on top.
Very close one. A couple of messy strokes there just at the end, but they were able to rectify that and make it through to take that one out.
Yeah, certainly a change for Michael Pickford. Wasn't that long ago he was running a marathon, and now he's racing over 1 minute and 42 seconds in a coxless pair.
Real all-rounder, Michael Pickford. We move now to race 35, the men's under 16 Cox Quad Scull in lane 3 from Leichhardt. My apologies. We move to the medal presentation of the men's under 21 single scull final. In 3rd place, Newcastle Uni Team Zimbabwe, Trifon Stamboli. In 2nd place, from University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes, coached by Michael Russell. And in 1st place from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Tooscutler. And we now have a race underway, the men's under 16 Cox Quad Scull. That's race 35 at Leichhardt in lane 3. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Cranbrook. And in lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar. And they're off, they're approaching the first 250. They are quick races here today. And it looks at this point like it might just be that Kinross Walleroy crew out in the lead. They do have quite a good start, these quads, these Kinross Walleroy quads. And that would be the crew of Hamish Searle, Toby Buckland, Thomas Robson, Lachlan DeVers, and Cox by Jock Peterson.
Yeah, these guys moving along very, very nicely indeed. They've gotten out to just a nearly clear water now as they come up towards the 1800 metre mark from Cranbrook, and then Hunter Valley Grammar School having a good battle with Leichhardt for that 3rd place, but Kinross Walleroy looking pretty strong here as they come into this last 150 metres.
Yeah, so the race is on there, I think, for second place between the Leichhardt and Cranbrook crews. Definitely Kinross Wallaroi dominating this race here in lane 4. They have a decent bit of clear water lead on both the second and third place crew. Cranbrook really raising the rate there to try and get over that Leichhardt crew. And will it be enough? It looks like Leichhardt still has that small lead on Cranbrook. It will be close though.
Yeah, very close. And under 16 quads, there's always a lot of enthusiasm. So Kinross Wallaroi claim the win. Who's going to get second? Ooh, maybe Leichhardt.
Looks just to be Leichhardt there, just a whisker in front of the Cranbrook crew, with Hunter Valley Grammar coming in 4th place there in lane 6.
And we now move to presentation for the Women's Open Double Scull, race 33. And third place and bronze medalists representing Glebe Rowing Club, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. Second place representing Corowa, Adelaide Robb and Amy Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. And the gold medalist representing UTS, April Draney and Kiralee Schofield, coached by Katie Healy and Jared Watson. This next presentation is for the Men's Open Coxless Pair. The silver medalists were the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. And our gold medalists representing Nepean, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell.
We now move to race 36, the men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull. They're lining up now a little bit ahead of the 500 metre mark, so it looks like it might be a 450 metre race for these gentlemen. But in lane 2 we have Kinross Wallaroi, in lane 3 Leichhardt Rowing Club, in lane 4 Nepean, in lane 5 Cranbrook, in lane 6 Hunter Valley Grammar, and in lane 7 Kinross Wallaroi 2. And we draw our attention to the race now as they approach the 250 metre mark already. So we've had a little bit of a crab, I think, there from what looks like Kinross Wallaroi 2. So they've stopped dead there in the race. So that'll be a difficult one for them to catch up on. It looks like at this point they might be out of the race, unfortunately. But it looks to me at this point like it might be that Kinross Wallaroi 1 crew having a bit of a dig at it.
Yeah, they're going along really nicely along with Cranbrook in lane number 5. And Nepean and Leichhardt also having a good tussle here. There's four good crews here and 3 medals to go around. So a very diligent coxing there from the Leichhardt crew. He's holding up the bow number there and holding up the entire duration of this race, in fact. And they're currently in 4th spot with Kinross Walleroy leading and look to be getting stronger and stronger as this race progresses.
Some good multitasking there from the coxswain. Hopefully it doesn't offer too much wind resistance, but it will definitely be Kinross Walleroy 1 dominating this race in lane 2. It will be a bit of a tussle here between Cranbrook School and what looks like Nepean there in lane 4 for 2nd place. Or what you call Nixie, it looks pretty close.
Very close here. Who's going to get that last stroke in? Cranbrook perhaps. Cranbrook I think might have pinched it.
Cranbrook, yep, by 0.1 of a second probably. That was absolutely nothing. A great finish there. Photo finish between Cranbrook and Nepean. Leichhardt there in 4th place.
Yeah, we'll await official results on that one. We're not quite on the line here. We're just before the line here. So we'll see who got the silver and the bronze medal there. And it's Kinross Walleroy number 2, who had a race that didn't go to plan, and they'll come across the line in 5th position. And this next presentation is for the men's under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. In 3rd place in bronze medalist representing Cranbrook, Henry Baillieu. James Campbell. Maximilian Alchin. Max Mills. Coxed by Isaac Cody and coached by James Scott Brown and Jack Henderson. And the silver medalist representing Leichhardt, William Spurge, Luca Wilson, Lucas van der Westhuizen, Jeremy Cooper, coxed by Lachlan Haar and coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calanta. The gold medalists were Kinross Walleroy School, Hamish Searle, Toby Buckland, Thomas Robson, Lachlan DeVries, coxed by Jock Peterson and coached by Ben Watt. Please congratulate the medalists in the men's under-16 Coxed Quad Scull.
We now move to race 37, the Para Doubles Scull. In lane 4 from Community, we have Christopher James and Lauren Webber, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, Kaylee Mitchell and Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell and Morgan Hodgson. Coming down the course here, it looks like it will be, at this point, the Community boat, I think, there, Nixie, just slightly ahead in lane 4 of the lane 5 University of Queensland boat of Kaylee Mitchell and Mac Russell.
Yeah, and coached by Liam James, who knows a thing or two about sprinting. Of course, we saw him over 200 metres here in a single scull go, I think 36.6 seconds. Quite a few years ago now, but certainly a good sprinter, and I think even the number plates on the car was something along those lines, weren't they? That was
something similar. I think there was a 1 in there instead of an I, but we'll leave that detail. Definitely a good sprinter, a lot of pedigree there. Defending champ from 2014, I think, Nixie, but definitely coached these crew to a sprinting prowess here in this race as well. Yeah, they've really taken it to the UQ boat, the Community crew, in the sort of crimson coloured Resolute boat in lane number 4, and they're nearly trying to push out to nearly a boat length at the moment as they come into this last 80 or so metres. Yeah, some good rowing here from the Community boat. It looks like they've just got about almost a boat length there, just a little bit of crossover as Mac Russell really drives this rate up to try and catch them. The lightweight rower from UQ, he won't quite have it in him to get them to the line, but a very brave effort there from both boats. Yes, a nice win to Community there in the Para Double Scull from a strong finishing University of Queensland crew that was just really chugging along in that last part of it and really took up the challenge. Presentations now for the men's under-17 Coxed Quad Scull. In 3rd place and bronze medalist, Nepean Rowing Club, James Baker, Ezekiel Pratt, Angus George, Oscar Parsons, Elise Currell, the coxswain, and the coach, Daniel Waddell. And the silver medalist representing Cranbrook, Christopher Vlahos, Henry Dawson, Angus Messiter, Toby Pearce, and coxed by Owen Moody. And the gold medalist, Kinross Wallaroy School, Harry Dimmick, Nick Tancred, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and coxed by Angus Peterson and coached by Ben Watt. Please put your hands together for the medalists in the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull.
This presentation is for the para double scull. In second place and silver medalists from the University of Queensland, Kaylee Mitchell and Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell and Morgan Hodgson. And in first place, and the gold medalist representing Community Rowing Club, Christopher James and Lauren Webber, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Please congratulate medalists in the para double scull.
At the 500 metre mark now, we have race 38, Women's Masters Quad Scull. In lane 2, North Shore. Lane 3, Newcastle. Lane 4, Endeavour. Lane 5, we've had a scratching from North Shore. In lane 6, Leichhardt 2, and lane 7, North Shore. There are some handicaps and some margins in this race. So we have North Shore starting on go, and after 9 seconds, it's Leichhardt and Endeavour. 12 seconds back to Endeavour, Newcastle and North Shore, who everybody is off now and racing. All these crews looking great coming down the course, but it is the North Shore crew in lane 7 coming in first place at the moment. And it'll be the far 2 lanes of North Shore and Newcastle battling it out for second. Coming into the last 100 metres of the race, it'll be a tight one between the 2 North Shore crews and Newcastle, but it will be North Shore from lane 7 taking out the win for the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 2, followed closely behind by... It'll be a tight race for second between Leichhardt, then Newcastle and North Shore, and Endeavour in 5th. So that was North Shore, Leichhardt, Newcastle, North Shore and Endeavour. Aligning now at the 500 metre mark, we have race 39, Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 2, Drummoyne. Lane 3, Leichhardt 1. Lane 4, Shoalhaven. Lane 5, Drummoyne. Lane 6, North Shore. Lane 7, Drummoyne. And lane 8, Lake Macquarie. They're sitting at the start now, waiting for the starter to... Attention. Oh, and they're off. This race does have handicaps, with Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne going off go, North Shore and Drummoyne going off of 2 seconds, and then the rest of the field going off of 4 seconds. So everybody is away now. These sprints usually are quite fast and close races. In this race, on the far side, are first and second at the moment, which is Drummoyne and Leichhardt. Great and strong with long strokes. Coming into the red boys now, the last 100 metres. It looks to be Leichhardt in first, North Shore in second, and Lake Macquarie in third. It'll be a tight race for this one. And it will be Leichhardt coming in first, North Shore second, Lake Macquarie third, and Drummoyne fourth. Winning time of 1 minute and 47 seconds to Leichhardt. For race 40, men's masters double scull, in lane 2 we have Endeavour, Chadwick and Bruton. Lane 3, St George, Jones and Partridge. Lane 4, Shoalhaven, Owens and Druidry. Lane 5, Mossman, Luwarn and Deutsch. Lane 6, Glebe, Major and Dallimore. Lane 7, Drummoyne, Page and Harworth. Lane 8, Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. They are aligning now, waiting for the starter.
We'll turn our heads now to the podium where we have the medal presentation for the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 2. In third place we have Newcastle, Susan Diamar, Susan Kemp, Bonnie Tratt and Phoebe Sanders. Congrats girls. In second place we have Leichhardt 2, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Kristen Foxton, Virginia Van Ook, and their coach, David Ross. And then in first place, we have North Shore with Madeline Gross, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabroy, Susan Walter, and they're coached by Kim Rudder. Congratulations. Let's give these ladies a round of applause.
And away now, again with some handicaps, is race 40 Men's Masters Double Scull. We have Glebe, Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie going off of go, and the rest, Endeavour, St George, Shoalhaven and Mossman going off of 2 seconds. So everybody is away now for this double scull race. And again, these Masters races are very quick and very close throughout the whole field. So coming up to the last 250 now, it seems to be Glebe out in front, the crew of Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore. From my view, it looks to be Lake Macquarie in lane 8 coming in second place, but the far two lanes giving them a run for their money. But it will be a comfortable win from Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore from Glebe Rowing Club. Great club. Great win with a time of 1 minute and 39 seconds, followed by Lake Macquarie's Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. Then at St George, Drummoyne and Endeavour, followed by 6th place of Shoalhaven. So that was a win from Glebe Rowing Club with a time of 1 minute and 39 seconds.
We will now be presenting the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 1, Race 39. In third place we have Lake Macquarie, Michelle Duzel, Narita Clinton, Zan Jans de Jean, and Tess Fearon. In second place we have North Shore with Zeta Brions, Ruth Gibson, Louise McCoach, Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan. and a fantastic win by Leichhardt 1 by Sarah Brown, Nikki Lopresti, M. Barrick, Daniela Borgett, coached by Steve Sherry. Well done.
Underway now, we have race 41, Men's Masters Double Scull Division 2. In lane 2, we have Drummoyne, Hamilton and Haythornwaite. Lane 3, Shoalhaven, Medinis and Whitaker. Lane 4, North Shore, Johnson and Walsh. Scratching from lane 5, Drummoyne. Lane 6, Glebe, McCowan and Teichgen. Lane 7, North Shore, Kay and Walter. Again with handicaps of North Shore on go, Glebe with 90 seconds, North Shore, Shoalhaven and Drummoyne with 22 seconds. They are away and running now.
Coming through the 250, we have first place North Shore 1, David Kay, Len Walter. Coming strong with about a boat length in front of the rest. Okay, tight race out far with Glebe, North Shore, Shoalhaven and Drummoyne. Coming strong in the last 100 metres of this Men's Masters double scull race. Strong finish by these guys. It'll be a strong finish from North Shore in first place, followed by photo finish from Glebe and North Shore, Shoalhaven and then Drummoyne. First place from North Shore with a time of 2:04, second Glebe with a margin of 2:37 and third place North Shore by 0.27. Next race, race 42, we have the women's under 21 quad scull. Going up to the start line. Coming up to the start line, we have, and we're off, lane 3, Uni of Queensland, lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi 1, lane 5, Sydney, lane 6, Kinross Wallaroi 2, and lane 7, Uni of Queensland.
Down at the podium now, we have the medal presentation for race 41, Men's Masters Double Scull. In third place, we had North Shore, Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh. Sorry, that's race 40, Men's Masters Double Scull Division 1. Sorry, race 40, Men's Masters Double Scull Division 1. In third place was St. George, Christopher Jones and Mark Partridge. In second place was Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. And in first place was Glebe, Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore. Congratulations, let's give them a round of applause.
Tight finish from race 42, women's under 21 quad scull. In first place we have Kinross Rawleroy 2. In second place, Uni of Queensland by 0.52 milliseconds. In third place we have Kinross Rawleroy 1 by 4.2. And in fourth place we have fourth place we have Uni of Queensland.
Underway now, we have race 43, Men's Under 21 Coxed 4. In lane 4, Kinross Rawleroy, and lane 5, Kinross Rawleroy. It will be a tight race between these two crews, just coming up to the last 250 metres now. Look at this race off between Kinross and Kinross. These fours absolutely ploughing through the field. And it will be Kinross 1 from the looks of it, coming in first place. Super, super tight between these two crews, both bringing up the rate in the last 100 metres. And it'll be lane 4, Kinross, taking out the wind, followed closely behind by their classmates, Kinross. And it'll be a great time of 1 minute and 39 seconds with a very close margin of 0.58 back. At the start line now, we have race 44, Women's Open Pair. In lane 4, University of New South Wales, Olivia Zago and Isabella Niven. Lane 2, UTS, April Draney and Annabelle Fuller. And lane 6, University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic.
Down on the podium, we have the presentation for the Men's Masters Double Scull Division 2. In third place, we have North Shore, Nick Johnston and Chris Walsh. In second place from Glebe, we have Mark McCowan and Mark Chujan. And then in first place, we have North Shore 1, David Kay and Len Walter. Fantastic job.
And speeding down the race course now, we have the women's open pair. And it looks to be University of New South in lane 4 out in front, followed closely behind by UTS, April Draney and Annabelle Fuller. And it'll be a tight race between those two crews in lane 4 and lane 5, but the University of New South crew in lane 4 will take out the win with a time of 1 minute and 51 seconds, followed very closely behind by .62, and an impressive finish from the other University of New South crew from lane 6. Their time will be 2 minutes and 1 second. Congratulations, girls. Coming up to the start line now, we have race 45, men's open single scull. In lane 1, we have Nepean Jason Waddell. In lane 2, we have University of New South, Zach Partridge. In lane 3, we have UTS, Peter Waldersee. In lane 4, we have UTS, Henry Blackwell. In lane 5, we have UTS, Mitchell Caponis. In lane 6, we have UTS, Patrick Burke. And in lane 7, we have University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes. And lane 8, UTS, Matthew Robertson.
Yeah, Mitch. Off the start now is the men's open single scull. They had a very even start, which is very great. Coming through the halfway mark now, it seems to be a pretty even field, but it looks to be the UTS crews in the middle who are out in front.
Lucky for UTS, because without them there wouldn't really be a race here.
Looks like Patrick Burke from lane 6 UTS might just pip the post of lane 4 from UTS as well, but it is a very close race between all these UTS crews. And yes, it is Patrick Burke who takes the win
Closely followed by lane 4, 5, then 3. Well done, boys. Patrick Burke finished in a time of 1 minute and 36 seconds. Well done.
We now have the medal presentation for the women's under 21 quad scull. In third place we have Kinross Walleroy, Grace Tancred, Maddie O'Brien, Ruby Ligo, Lucy Reedy, coached by Emma Fessy. In second place we have Uni of Queensland with Scarlett Woodbury, PR Hadsbury, Isabel Schema and Astrid Thomas, coached by Philip Brogan and Lily Looney. Finally, in first place, Kinross Walleroy 2, Sienna Wilkin, Lucy Searle, Olivia Searle, sisters, Tessa Wong, coached by Andrew Gannon. Congratulations.
For those watching at home, take a look at your screen.
That is a very interesting stuffed toy that was just put on the screen just then.
And race number 49 is in the hands of the starter. The crew's just tapping it up together and forming a line. Progression for this one, first 4 through to the final, which will be race 72, and the rest will be eliminated. And the field that we have is UTS in lane number 3, Luca Stefanovic, Jack Henderson, and they're coached by Sam Fennessy. University of New South Wales are in lane number 4, Eskil Zackerson, Robbie Ireland, and they're coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 5, UTS Mitchell Caponis and Mitch Blackmore Cram, and they're coached by Judith Ungermark, Matthias Ungermark, and Sam Fennessy. And in lane number 6, University of Queensland, Mac Russell and Samuel Forbes, coached by Michael Russell. And lane 7, Alan Mendelovitz and Zach Partridge, coached by Cameron Butler, representing the University of New South Wales. And we are underway. And it is the University of New South Wales on this side, Mendelovitz and Partridge that have had a good start, along with a UTS crew, Caponis and Blackmore Cram in the centre of the course, and the UTS crew on the far side in lane number 3, Stefanovic and Henderson. And University of New South Wales, Zackerson and Ireland, 2 guys that have only relatively new at taking up the sport. They're giving a pretty credible performance. They're back in 5th place, but certainly good to see them taking on the challenge here against some very, very stiff competition. And we're starting to see the UTS crew still start to move out, and it's crew of Mitch Caponis and Mitch Blackmore Cram that are in 2nd spot, and Lucas Stefanovic and Jack Henderson over on the far side of the course that have got about 2/3 of a boat length on them, and they'll hold that to the line. So first, Stefanovic and Henderson, UTS. Second, Caponis, Blackmore Cram, UTS. Third, University of New South Wales with Mendelovitz and Partridge, and Mac Russell and Samuel Forbes of UQBC. The last of the 4 crews to go through. 5th is UNSW's Eskil Zackerson and Robbie Ireland. 1:33.26, the unofficial time, about a 1.25 seconds faster than Patrick Burke and Henry Blackwell, who took out the first heat of that event. That breeze just starting to shift around to a bit of a southerly direction, cross breeze, with a bit of intensity to it. And men's under 16 single sculls underway with the first heat, and we have in lane 2 Cranbrook Henry Bailey, coached by James Scott Brown and Jack Henderson. Lane 3 Nepean Ezekiel Pratt, and coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Angus Purdy, and doesn't look to have started in this one. So we have Jeremy Cooper of Leichhardt in lane 5, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calanta. Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Searle, coached by Ben Watt, is in lane 6. Foster of Hunter Valley Grammar School is a scratching, and William Spooge of Leichhardt is in lane number 8. Once again, the progression here for the under-16s, top 3 going through to the final. So 3 heats of this event, top 3 going through to make a 9-lane final. And sculler in lane number 3, Ezekiel Pratt, is doing the best here, and he's having a bit of a glance around. Easy to spot from this distance given the distinctive cap that he's wearing, and still maintaining a pretty handy lead. A bit of a digger there from William Spooge of Leichhardt has allowed the Kinross sculler Hamish Searle to move ahead, and putting a little bit of pressure on with Cranbrook's Henry Bailey on the far side of the course. So Ezekiel Pratt takes out heat number 1. Second, Hamish Searle of Kinross, and William Spooge of Leichhardt gets there for 3rd, and ahead of a very close finish for 4th. Henry Bailey of Cranbrook, I think, just edged out Jeremy Cooper of Leichhardt. We've had a start in heat number 2 of the men's under 16 single scull. Once again, top 3 progressing through to the final, and now a pretty decent cross tail pushing these crews down the course. In the field that we have William Hunt of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 3. Toby Buckland, coached by Ben Watt, representing Kinross Walleroy in lane 4. James Walker from Cranbrook in lane 5. Peter Simkovich of Leichhardt in lane 6, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calanta. And in lane 7, Cranbrook's Maximilian Alton, coached by James Scott Brown and Jack Henderson. And in lane number 8, Hayden Melmoth of Hunter Valley Grammar School. So little tricky conditions here. The Cranbrook sculler Maximilian Alton just having a couple of dirty strokes there, and he was previously sitting right in contention there in the top 3, and now he's having to work really, really hard to get back to where he was. And of course there is that risk that you catch another bad stroke and lose all that good work. So really challenging conditions here for these scullers. Hayden Melmoth's putting in a very good performance on this side. He's just very neat in these conditions. He's still catching a few of the tops of the waves, but he's being able to come down at a very good rate here as he leads Toby Buckland of Kinross Walleroy School, who's looking like he's just starting to lift his rating, as the Cranbrook sculler Maximilian Alton may well get through in this one, and that's putting pressure on William Hunt of Hunter Valley Grammar School. So a win to Hayden Melmoth. Very close here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Kinross 2nd, Toby Buckland 3rd, Maximilian Alton of Cranbrook, 4th, William Hunt, Hunter Valley Grammar, Peter Simkovich of Leichhardt 5th, and Cranbrook's James Walker placing 6th. And race 52 is underway, being about 30 odd seconds into it, and it's the 3rd and final heat of the men's under 16 single scull. Max Mills of Cranbrook in lane 3, Oscar Parsons, Nepean in 4, Lucas van der Westhuizen, Leichhardt in 5, James Campbell of Cranbrook in 6, Lachlan De Vries of Kinross Walleroy in lane 7, and Bailey Crop, Hunter Valley Grammar School, lane 8. And it's Kinross Walleroy, Lachlan De Vries, coached by Ben Watt, who's the race leader. And he's leading Hunter Valley Grammar School's Bailey Crop. And then very close here for 3rd, Nepean's Oscar Parsons, currently sitting about 2/3 of a length up on Leichhardt's Lucas van der Westhuizen. And then it's a further boat length back to Max Mills of Cranbrook. Something similar again to James Campbell of Cranbrook. So that's the 6 as they start to make their way into the last 100 metres. Kinross sculler looking very good, sitting right on top of it, and still maintaining about a length's advantage over Bailey Crop of Hunter Valley Grammar. And it looks to be Lachlan De Vries through to another final. And it's a nice controlled sculling there in lane number 7 as he claims the win. Bailey Crop, Hunter Valley Grammar 2nd, and Oscar Parsons, Nepean rounds out the 3 qualifiers for the final. Lucas van der Westhuizen, Leichhardt was 4th. Cranbrook's Max Mills 5th, and Cranbrook's James Campbell placing 6th. Heat 1 of the men's under 17 single scull is race 53, and it's getting into the concluding stages of this one, and Kinross Wallaroi School looking very, very good. Lane 5 is Oscar Cleary, and he's leading his clubmate Tom Day out of lane 1, and they could possibly get 3 of the 4 spots here. In fact, probably get 3 of the 4 spots, as Nick Tancred on this side of the course going very well. So Cleary claims a win for Kinross, second to Tom Day, third to Dylan Lee of Leichhardt, fourth to Nick Tancred of Kinross, fifth to Bryn Potter of Sydney Grammar. Cranbrook's Angus Messiter was sixth. Toby Pearce of Cranbrook finished in 7th position. So Kinross Wallaroi getting 3 of the 4 qualifying spots into the final from that first heat of the under 17 single for men. And heat 2 of the men's under 17 single scull coming down the course, and these are getting pushed down by some very strong tail breeze. And it is Kinross Wallaroi, Harry Dimmick, coached by Ben Watt. And once again, they could look like they could have 6 of the 8 scullers in the final, and Leichhardt having the other 2 as it presently stands. So Harry Dimmick leads Luke Fleet of Leichhardt, and then it is Oliver Smith and Tommy Poulton fighting it out for 3rd and 4th. And in fact, it looks like Luke Fleet of Leichhardt switched off. He's realised he's going to qualify and he doesn't care which place it is. Harry Dimmick claims a win for Kinross. Very close for second. I think it was Oliver Smith second. Tommy Poulton third. Luke Fleet of Leichhardt fourth. And Robert Olivier of St George fifth. Cranbrook's Christopher Vlahos sixth. And then back to Henry Dawson of Cranbrook in 7th place. So we're still a couple of minutes from start time for race 55, the women's under 16 double scull. And that's the first of the finals of the afternoon session. The field that we have in this one, in lane number 1, Kinross Walleroy number 1, Ruby Ligo and Lucy Reedy, coached by Emma Fessy. Lane 2, Nepean Georgia Yuen and Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 3, Corowa, Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan, coached by Wesley Canny. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Grace Connery and Sabrina Kozka, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. In lane 5, Nepean, Sophia Whitelaw and Jessica Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 6, Jade Sharp and Genevieve Bazina, coached by Daniel Waddell and representing Nepean. In lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Isabel Nichols and Georgie Jones. And in lane 8, Nepean Emily Boys and Vita Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. And lane 9, Grace Tancred and Maddie O'Brien of Kinross Walleroy, and they're coached by Emma Fessy. So Hunter Valley Grammar School crew in the lineup. Isabel Nichols and Georgie Jones, and so we have the full complement here of the 9 double sculls. You can see in these difficult conditions to start crews with a following breeze that if they come up together, it's much easier to get them into a line. If they are all coming up at different times, it's very, very hard to get some sort of a line on them. So really important that you sort of look at your opposite numbers in the crews alongside of you and move up together, of course under the direction of the starter. You're underway. And the women's under 16 double scull final. So a straight final, 9 crews, so no qualification from heats or anything earlier. Been a very good start from Nepean number 1, Emily Boys and Vita Young. 2 out from the grandstand. And likewise towards the centre, Leichhardt, Connery and Kozka gone out pretty well, along with Hunter Valley Grammar School's Nichols and Jones, and McFarlane and Hogan from Corowa. Kinross Walleroy 1 over on the far side, sitting around about 4th spot at the moment, and looks to be going along pretty well. They're coached by World Championship medalist Emma Fessy, who grew up training on this course when she was at Loretto Normanhurst. And Leichhardt really starting to push through here as they come up to the 1800 metre mark. Leichhardt leading Corowa and Kinross Walleroy, throwing everything at them. Nepean also having a good glance across to see what's required, and certainly a medal's in the offing if the sprint is good enough. And Kinross Walleroy's Tancred and O'Brien on this side of the course. They'll be sitting at around about 5th place, followed by Whitelaw and Harris of Nepean, and then back to the other Nepean crew, Yuen and Taylor, and then followed by Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 7 and Nepean in lane number 6. But Kinross Walleroy finishing off strongly. Leichhardt are going to hold on though. Grace Connery and Sabrina Kozka take out the women's under 16 double scull. 2nd, Kinross Walleroy. 3rd, Corowa. Very close for 4th. I think it was Nepean Boys and Young just edging out Kinross Walleroy 2, then followed by Nepean number 2. And then it goes very close between Yuen and Taylor of Nepean and Nichols and Jones of Hunter Valley Grammar School. So very exciting under 16 double scull final for women, which was won by Leichhardt Rowing Club. And the women's under 17 double scull on the course at the moment. Kelly Clifton and Lucy Yabsley of Glebe in lane number 2. Olivia Searle, Jemima Scammell of Kinross Wallaroi School in lane 3. Lane 4 is University of Queensland, Pia Hatzipetru and Astrid Thomas. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Matilda McConus and Heidi Heap. And they're coached by Charles Patterson and Andrew Hoffman. And then in lane number 6, Kinross Wallaroi, Sienna Wilkin and Tessa Wong, coached by Andrew Gannon. And Glebe, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Milan Parker, Natalia Dow and Thomas Parker. Is the crew closest to the grandstand in lane number 7. It's University of Queensland leading. And we saw Astrid Thomas do very, very well in the single scull. And heading Lucy Yabsley and Glebe in the same situation here at University of Queensland. Got the jump, and it's catch them if you can, and it's very hard in sprint racing with the tail breeze to do that. University of Queensland out in front and really driving it along here in lane number 4, and they're going to take out the women's under 17 double scull. Ahead of Glebe in second spot. Kinross Wallaroi, Searle and Scammell claim the bronze medal. 4th goes to Moore and Boland of Glebe. Wilkin and Wong of Kinross Wallaroi are 5th, and then back to Sydney Rowing Club in 6th position. This medal presentation is for the women's under 16 double scull. And in 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Corowa Rowing Club, Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan. They're coached by Wesley Canny. 2nd place and silver medalist, Kinross Wallaroi School, Ruby Lego and Lucy Reedy, coached by Emma Fessy. And gold medalists representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Grace Conry and Sabrina Kozka. They're coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. Please congratulate the medalists in the women's under 16 double scull. Women's Masters Coxless 4 on the course. And 3 crews in this one. Drummoyne off 13 seconds. Bridget Austin, Marcella Cox, Colleen Chapman, Sky Smith. In lane 4, North Shore also off 13 seconds. Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell and Olivia Tonge. They're coached by Kim Rudder. And in lane number 6, North Shore, another Kim Rudder coach crew. Madeline Gross, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Sue Walter. So can the North Shore crew in lane number 4 reel in the other crew in lane number 6? Going to be hard with the tail breeze. It'll make that race that much faster and the percentage of the handicap that little bit smaller. And or a little bit greater, I should say. And it's the crew on this side, lane number 6, still with the advantage, and it's sitting at about 2/3 of a length and coming down rapidly. But looks like the crew of Madeline Gross, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Sue Walter will take out the Women's Masters. Coxless 4 ahead of McCoach, McBride, Blackwell and Tonge. And Drummoyne Rowing Club will place 3rd, Austin, Cox, Chapman and Smith. And this medal presentation is for the women's under-17 double scull. In 3rd place, the bronze medalist Kinross Wallaroy School, Olivia Searle and Jemima Scammell, coached by Andrew Gannon. Silver medalists representing Glebe Rowing Club, Kelly Clifton and Lucy Yabsley. And the gold medalist representing the University of Queensland, Pia Hatzapetru and Astrid Thomas. They're coached by Phil Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. Please congratulate the medalists in the women's under-17 double scull. On the course now, race 58, the men's masters pair. 3 crews in this one, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, who we saw have that great race with the Waddell brothers in the men's open pair, and they just were edged out in that one. They started off 13 seconds behind the Glebe crew on this side of the course, Mark McCune and Mark Tejan. And in the middle of them is Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie, who started off 7 seconds. So coming up to the 1750 metre mark in a couple of strokes, and it's still Glebe in front, but Lake Macquarie have taken up the lion's share of that 7 seconds that they had to give them, although a bit of a bad stroke there, and still seeing Glebe hold on to that lead a fraction longer. University of New South Wales haven't made a huge impression at the moment. It looks like Lake Macquarie are very well placed here to start to put their bow in front in this as they come up towards the 1900 metre mark. So Glebe hanging on, doing a fine job of it actually, and trying to hold off Lake Macquarie. And now you can see the sprint coming from the University of New South Wales crew of Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. But they might have left their run a little too late with this tail breeze. So it's Lake Macquarie out in front, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. Jeremy has got to drive the trailer back, and that's the reason he entered this race. He needed something to do this afternoon while he towed the trailer back, and he's ended up taking out the championship in the Masters men's pair. First Lake Macquarie, second Glebe, and third to the University of New South Wales. And we now move to the presentations for the Women's Masters Coxless 4. The third place bronze medalist was the Drummoyne crew of Bridget Austin, Marcella Cox, Colleen Chapman and Skye Smith. The silver medalist representing North Shore, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Olivia Tonge, and they're coached by Kim Rudder. And the gold medalists representing North Shore, Madeline Gross, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro, and Susan Walter. And they're also coached by Kim Rudder. Please congratulate the medalists in the Women's Masters Coxless 4. And we're underway in race 59, the women's under-21 single scull. It was without Olivia Harris of Nepean in lane number 6. So the field that we have, Gary Katera of Penrith in lane number 1, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. Lane 2, Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle, coached by Adam Harrison. In lane 3, University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Michael Russell and Phil Bourguignon. Sydney Rowing Club's Amelia de Villiers, coached by Charles Patterson, is in lane 4. Lucy McFarlane of Centenary in lane 5, coached by Michael Opstelton and Phil Bourguignon. As I mentioned, lane 6 left vacant from that scratching of Nepean. Newcastle's Charlotte Holford is in lane 7, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. And Madison Joiners of Penrith Rowing Club is in lane 8, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. And it is Amelia de Villiers of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Charles Hector Patterson, that leads this race, and leads it by getting out towards about a boat length now over Centenary's Lucy McFarlane. And on this side of the course, Madison Joiners of Penrith is very well placed here for third spot and looking to improve on it as well. She had a bit of a glance across to her right where all the competitors are, and as she sits here in the northernmost lane, and keeping an eye on Scarlett Woodbury of UQ, who's currently in 4th, and then Kinross Walleroy's Lucy Searle, who was next, and then Gary Katera of Penrith Rowing Club, who would be in 6th position. But it's going to be Amelia de Villiers of Sydney Rowing Club that takes out the women's under-21 single scull. In 2nd place, Lucy McFarlane of Centenary, Scarlett Woodbury and Madison Joiners of Penrith really had a close tussle there for 3rd and 4th, and then it was Katera of Penrith 5th, Searle of Kinross Walleroy 6th, and Newcastle's Charlotte Holford placing 7th. So we'll await the photo finish between Joiners of Penrith and Woodbury of the University of Queensland for that women's under-21 single scull. We now move to presentation for the men's masters Coxless pair. The bronze medalists were the University of New South Wales crew of Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cam Butler. Silver medalists representing Glebe, Mark McCune and Mark Tejan. And the gold medalists representing Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. Now please congratulate the medalists in the men's masters Coxless pair. Men's under-21 double scull is race 60, and that's underway. And the field that we have, UTS, Nicholas Mather and Zinc Bosco, coached by Sam Fennessy in lane 3. Cranbrook, Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone, coached by Adrian Henning. They're in lane 4. In lane 5, the University of New South Wales crew of Alex Bohm and Marcus Black, coached by Cam Butler. And in lane 6, Newcastle University Team Zimbabwe, Will Stedman and Trayfon Stamboli. And lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Hayden Williamson and Harrison Nichols. And it's UTS over on the far side, Nicholas Mather and Zinc Bosco, coached by Sam Fennessy. They're being followed down the course by Cranbrook's Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone, and the Hunter Valley Grammar School crew of Hayden Williamson and Harrison Nichols. Very good race going on here at the head of the field. And UTS are out in front, and they're out in front by over a length, and a good race going on for second spot between Cranbrook and Hunter Valley Grammar School. Newcastle University Team Zimbabwe are in 4th position, and the University of New South Wales in 5th. But Nicholas Mather and Zinc Bosco, who's in the stroke seat, are going to cross the line and take the win. Very close for second. Who's going to get the stroke in on the line? It's Hunter Valley Grammar School. Hunter Valley Grammar School get the silver medal. Cranbrook, very strong performance there to claim the bronze. 4th to Newcastle University Team Zimbabwe, and the University of New South Wales placing 5th. And the results are in for race 59, women's under 21 single scull. The bronze medal went to Madison Joiners of Penrith Rowing Club, just 0.21 of a second from Scarlett Woodbury of the University of Queensland. Silver medalist was Lucy McFarlane of Centenary, and the gold medalist Amelia de Villiers of Sydney Rowing Club. And on the course now, Women's Open Quad Scull, and the field that we have in lane 3, University of New South Wales, Sunny Park, Caitlin Mulqueeney, Lily Sinogles and Lisa Matthews, coached by Chris Burns. It looks like they've just had a bit of a boat stopping crab there and are getting things moving once more. And then we have Charlotte Stanwicks, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler, Isabella Niven of University of New South Wales in lane 4. Corowa are in lane 5 with Elizabeth Sandow, Evangeline Broad, Adelaide Robb and Amy Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny, and Newcastle University, Emily Harcombe, Elizabeth Johnston, Teresa Chadwick and Chantel Lindsay are in lane number 6. It was University of New South Wales in lane 4 that really blasted out, and Corowa have really pushed through as well and just started to put their bow right up there and in front in this one. So a great race going on between the University of New South Wales and Corowa. Newcastle University are in 3rd spot, and the University of New South Wales crew out of lane 3 look like they had another boat stopper and have gotten it going once more. So gold and silver, who's it going to go to? Will it be the University of New South Wales? It looks like they put their bow back in front, and can Corowa match them? And this last sort of 5 strokes, University of New South Wales have moved out to a 1/3 of a length, and that's going to be decisive as they take the win. Charlotte Stanix, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler, Isabella Niven first. Corowa getting the silver medal, a bronze medal to Newcastle University Boat Club, and 4th place to the University of New South Wales. The presentation of medals for the men's under 21 double scull. In 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Cranbrook, Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone, coached by Adrian Henning. And 2nd place and silver medalist, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Hayden Williamson and Harrison Nichols. Gold medalist with the UTS crew of Nicholas Mather and Zinc Bosco, coached by Sam Fennessy. Please congratulate medalists in the men's under 21 double scull. This presentation is for the Women's Open Quad Scull, and in third place and bronze medalist representing Newcastle University Boat Club, Emily Harcombe, Elizabeth Johnston, Teresa Chadwick, Chantel Lindsay. Second place and silver medalist representing Corowa, Elizabeth Sandow, Evangeline Broad, Adelaide Robb, and Amy Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. The gold medalist, University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler, and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns. Please congratulate the medalists in the Women's Open Quad Scull. And we're underway in the men's Open 4. And the UTS crew, Angus Dunstan, Patrick Burke, Nicholas Mathur and Zing Bosco, coached by Sam Fennessy, just paddled down previously in lane 0. Didn't look like there was any major equipment problem. They look to be paddling along fine, but for some reason aren't partaking in this one, and it is the crew of Mitch Blackmore-Cram, Peter Waldesy, Lucas Stefanovic and Jack Henderson at the sole ones that have faced the starter. Okay, they were disqualified from the race or removed from the race, so that's the update with the UTS crew out of lane 5. So just the one crew in this one. And Blackmore, Cram, Waldesy, Stefanovic and Henderson going to take this one out. Charging up to the line now as they'll complete the course and take out the men's Open Coxless 4. First place UTS Haberfield, 1:34.21, the unofficial time for UTS in the men's Open Coxless 4. We move to presentations for the Men's Open Coxless 4. And the winners representing UTS, Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Peter Waldersey. Luka Stefanovic. And Jack Henderson. Crew coached by Sam Fennessy. On the course now, near the start, is the women's under-16 Coxed Quad Skull. In the 4 crews we have in there, lane 3, Nepean number 1, Sophia Whitelaw, Jessica Harris, Emily Boys and Vita Young, Elise Currell, the coxswain, and Daniel Waddell, the coach. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Georgia Foster, Emma Purdy, Mila Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan. And they're coxed by Sam Lonergan. Kinross Wallaroy in lane 5 with Grace Tancred, Ruby Ligo, Maddie O'Brien and Lucy Reedy. And Philippa Martin is the coxswain, Emma Fessy the coach. And Nepean number 2 in lane number 6, George Yuen, Jade Sharp, Genevieve Bazina, Ellie Taylor and Maya Edwards the coxswain, Daniel Waddell the coach. And Kinross Wallaroy have blasted out here. Nepean 2 have taken a real wicked steering turn over this side of the course. They're now starting to correct it around a little bit. At one stage they're heading straight towards the grandstand, and the extra metres will cost them, but we'll see how much. Kinross Wallaroy look clear ahead of the 2 crews from Nepean Rowing Club. And then in 4th position is Hunter Valley Grammar School, and that big correction now from the Nepean number 2 crew as they start to move back into their rightful lane. Certainly has pushed them from 2nd back to 3rd, and we'll see how whether Hunter Valley Grammar School can capitalise on that as well. But well clear, Kinross Wallaroy School, Grace Tancred, Ruby Ligo, Maddie O'Brien and Lucy Reedy, Philippa Martin the coxswain and Emma Fessy the coach. And this is pretty polished quad skull. Heading up towards the line, will take a convincing win. They're going to win by about nearly 50 metres, and in fact it was pretty much bang on 50 metres. Kinross Wallaroy School. 2nd place set to go to Nepean number 1, Whitelaw, Harris, Boys and Young, and Elise Currell coxing. They claim the silver medal. Nepean number 2 will claim the bronze, and Hunter Valley Grammar School will finish 4th in this women's under-16 Coxed Quad Skull. The women's under-17 Coxed Quad Skull heading up to the start line in the 3 crews. We have lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Matilda McConus, Maddie Wheelerhan, Xenia Palmer, Heidi Heap, Sophia Kelleher, the coxswain, and they're coached by Charles Patterson and Andrew Hoffman. In lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Georgie Jones, Stella Walsh, Erin O'Kane and Samantha Chadwick, and they're coxed by Zachary Jones. And Kinross Walleroy School, Sienna Wilkin, Jemima Scammell, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong and Emily Caro, the coxswain, and coached by Andrew Gannon. So they're the 3 crews. They're getting helped along to the start line by a breeze that's starting to die down a little bit. This will provide fast, but hopefully some clean rowing still. And once Sydney come into line with the other 2 boats, we'll have this race underway. And we're underway in the women's under 17 Coxed Quad Scull, and Kinross Walleroy getting a decent start on this side of the course. And they currently lead Sydney Rowing Club with Hunter Valley Grammar School in 3rd place. Kinross Walleroy School coached by Andrew Gannon, who's had a very successful stint at Kinross Walleroy School, a couple of Head of the River wins in the Schoolgirl 8. And they've been very strong in the year 10-8s this year at Kinross Walleroy School, and you're seeing a lot of these students do very well in the quads here today. They're well clear of Sydney Rowing Club. They've got about nearly 2 boat lengths advantage. Sydney Rowing Club have something similar over Hunter Valley Grammar School in that race for the silver medal. And Kinross Walleroy set to make it a couple of wins in a row. They took out the women's under 16 quad scull in the previous race. And they're showing a clean pair of heels to the other crews here in the women's under 17 Cox quad scull. Sienna Wilkin, Jemima Scammell, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong and Emily Caro, the coxswain. Kinross Walleroy School take the win. Second to Sydney Rowing Club, Matilda McConus, Maddie Wheelerhan, Xenia Palmer, Heidi Heap and Sophia Kelleher. And in 3rd place, the bronze medal will go to Hunter Valley Grammar School, Georgie Jones, Stella Walsh, Erin O'Kane and Samantha Chadwick, with Zachary Jones steering them through the finish line. Medal presentation now. Women's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull in 3rd place, and bronze medalist representing Nepean, Georgia Yuan. Jade Sharp. Genevieve Bazina. Ellie Taylor. And Maya Edwards, the coxswain. And coached by Daniel Waddell. In 2nd place and silver medalist, Nepean Rowing Club, Sophia Whitelaw, Jessica Harris, Emily Boys, and Vita Young, Elise Currell, the coxswain, and coach Daniel Waddell. And the gold medalists in the event were the Kinross Walleroy crew, Grace Tancred, Ruby Lego, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy, and Philippa Martin, the coxswain, and coached by Emma Fessy. Now the men's under 16 single scull final. And 3 heats to determine the 9 scullers that made it through to this one. We're underway. Maximilian Alchin, Cranbrook in lane 1. Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 2. Hamish Searle, Kinross Wallaroy in 3. Hayden Melmoth, Hunter Valley Grammar School in 4. Ezekiel Pratt, Nepean in lane 5. Lachlan DeVries, Kinross Wallaroy in 6. Toby Buckland, Kinross Wallaroy in lane 7. Oscar Parsons, Nepean in 8. And Jeremy Cooper, Leichhardt in lane number 9. So that's the field. About 150 metres covered. Ezekiel Pratt starting to stand out likewise. Toby Buckland from Kinross Wallaroy School. And starting to go out with them as well is Lachlan DeVries of Kinross Wallaroy. They look to be the leading 4. Crop of Hunter Valley Grammar and Melmoth of Hunter Valley Grammar also starting to find their way into the reckoning here and seeing if they're able to find a medal. Some good speed coming from Hayden Melmoth of Hunter Valley Grammar School. He's stringing together a lot of good strokes here, and they're starting to see him work his way up into the bronze medal position. And can he catch Lachlan DeVries, Kinross Wallaroy, and the race leader Ezekiel Pratt of Nepean? Ezekiel Pratt's out in front. He's looking tall, he's looking confident. And the big mover, though, has been Hayden Melmoth of Hunter Valley Grammar School. He's had a bit of a look across now and to see where he's at. And he sees himself in the silver medal position. And Bailey Crop, Hunter Valley Grammar School, could also find himself in the medals. And the Kinross Scullers, who started off strongly, may find themselves out of one. We'll see what Lachlan DeVries has got. Ezekiel Pratt claims the gold medal for Nepean. Silver medal, Hayden Melmoth, Hunter Valley Grammar School. Lachlan DeVries, Kinross 3rd. Bailey Crop, Hunter Valley Grammar 4th. Toby Buckland, Kinross 5th. 6th to Oscar Parsons of Nepean. And 7th to Jeremy Cooper of Leichhardt. 8th to Hamish Searle of Kinross Wallaroy School. And Maximilian Alchin of Cranbrook placing 9th. So 1:44.30, the unofficial time for Ezekiel Pratt in taking out the men's under-16 single scull. Men's under-17 single scull also underway. This is a unique start list. You've got Leichhardt in lanes 1 and 2 with Luke Fleet and Dylan Lee, and Kinross Wallaroy in lanes 3 to 8. Tom Day in lane 3. Harry Dimmick in 4. Oscar Cleary in 5. Tommy Poulton in 6. Oliver Smith in 7 and Nick Tancred in lane number 8. So, 2 Leichhardt, 6 Kinross. You know, Kinross are going to, the maths say they're going to get 1 medal, but we'll see if it's any more. Currently, it's looking like all 3 at the present moment. We've got Oscar Cleary leading this one, and he leads from Harry Dimmick, Tom Day sitting in about 3rd spot, and then it would be Oliver Smith next, followed by the Leichhardt sculler on the far side, Luke Fleet, Dylan Lee, then back to Tancred on this side, and Tommy Poulton in around about 8th place. So as they start to build their wind for the finish line, Oscar Cleary still leading Harry Dimmick, and Dimmick's looking very clean here. Just has a bit of a glance across to see that he's about 1/3 of a length down, and certainly not insurmountable as they come into the concluding stages. And Oscar Cleary still holding on to the lead ahead of his schoolmate Harry Dimmick. Tom Day is in the bronze medal position. It'll be the top 3 placings go to Kinross Wallaroy School. Cleary, Dimmick, Day. And then 4th to Luke Fleet of Leichhardt, Dylan Lee of Leichhardt 5th. 6th goes to Oliver Smith of Kinross Wallaroy, followed by Tancred in 7th and Tommy Poulton of Kinross Wallaroy in 8th, and 1:39.30. So pretty quick going there for Oscar Cleary of Kinross Wallaroy School. This medal presentation is for the men's under 16 single scull, and in third place the bronze medalist representing Kinross Wallaroi School, Lachlan DeVries, coached by Ben Watt. The silver medalist representing Hunter Valley Grammar School, Hayden Melmoth. And the gold medalist representing Nepean, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Please congratulate the medalists in the men's under 16 single scull. And we're underway in the Women's Masters Double Scull. This is division number 2. There are 3 divisions of this. And in the field that we have in lane 2 from Corowa, Susan Scott and Julie Underwood. In lane 3, Drummoyne, Katrina Shanahan, Julie Lau. In lane 4, North Shore, Annalise Appleton and Joe Hodgkinson. In lane 5, Drummoyne, Colleen Chapman and Bridget Austin. Lane 6, Newcastle, Susan Demar and Bonnie Tratt. In lane 7, Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart and Kathleen Hextall. And in lane 8, Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Zana Yansa de Jong. And it is the Lake Macquarie crew still in the lead. The crews on this side, the 5 crews on the grandstand side of the course started off go, and the back markers are the Corowa and the Drummoyne crew in lanes 2 and 3 respectively. They gave them 2 seconds. And we're seeing Lake Macquarie come under a little bit of pressure now from Drummoyne. And we'll see what Sprint Corowa have over on the far side of the course as they come into the last 120 or so metres. So Lake Macquarie still with the advantage, but challenges coming from Drummoyne, North Shore and Corowa. And then it is back to Shanahan and Lau in 5th position from Drummoyne, Chapman and Austin in 6th position for Drummoyne, and Newcastle in 7th. So 4 crews battling it out across the width of the course. Lane 8 currently leading. Clinton and Yansa de Jong from Lake Macquarie hold on, and they hold on from Drummoyne, who claim the silver medal. Corowa grabbed the bronze. North Shore put in a sterling performance there to claim 4th spot. And then it's Shanahan and Lau of Drummoyne 5th. Chapman and Austin of Drummoyne 6th. And Newcastle Rowing Club's Demar and Tratt finishing in 7th position. Race 68 is in the hands of the starter, Division 3 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. In the field that we have Fiona Webb and Margaret Churton of Endeavour in lane number 2. They start off 3 seconds. Also off 3 seconds, Anne Harkham and Tess Fearon of Lake Macquarie. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Virginia Van Newick. They start off go, along with North Shore, Julie Bowman, Rhonda Decker. They're in lane number 5. Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders are the Newcastle crew in lane 6. And Katrina Whiteley and Diana Trescott, the Endeavour crew, in lane 7, closest to us on the screen. So the F crews are underway, the E crews are underway, and this Women's Masters Double Scull Division 3 will start to take shape. And of the two back markers, Harkham and Fearon have started the better and have started to reel in some of that 3-second advantage that they had to give the other crews. Now just starting to draw up with an overlap with Leichhardt Rowing Club and also the North Shore crew, Bowman Decker and Kemp and Sanders of Newcastle Rowing Club. And the Endeavour crew, Whiteley and Trescott, still leading on this side of the course, but coming under pressure from their CDRA rivals, Lake Macquarie. Coming up past the sprint canoe hut at the 1800 metre mark, so 200 metres left to cover. Still Endeavour very much in the box seat here. You can hear the distinctive voice of Peter Bond cheering them on. And in the Newcastle crew, have really pushed on in the latter stages of this one, and they're starting to challenge Endeavour, and they've had a bit of a glance across, and I think they realise it's game on here. And Lake Macquarie doing their thing over in lane number 3. The other Endeavour crew, Webb and Churton, have started to push on through as well and continue to improve their place, and it may just have moved past North Shore into 4th spot. Lake Macquarie have taken the lead. Anne Harkham and Tess Fearon, they're going to take this one out by about a boat length. So first Lake Macquarie, second to Newcastle Rowing Club, Kemp and Sanders, and a gallant performance from Endeavour, Whiteley and Trescott. They claim the bronze medal. 4th to Webb and Churton of Endeavour, 5th to Bowman Decker of North Shore, and 6th to Leichhardt's Kim Lloyd-Jones and Virginia Van Newick. This presentation is for Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. 3rd place, the bronze medalists, Corowa, Susan Scott and Julie Underwood. They're coached by Wesley Canny. The silver medalists representing Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart and Kathleen Hextall. And the gold medalist, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Nerida Clinton and Sana Yangtze de Jong. Please congratulate the medalists in Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. And Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull is underway. And all the boats have left the start. Off the 4-second handicap in lane number 1 was Olivia Zago and Lisa Matthews, coached by Chris Burns. Looks like Shoalhaven haven't started in lane number 2. And Drummoyne in lane 3 with Amy Greenlees and Vipka Cowfold. They started off 3 seconds. Alyssa Calderwood and Sharon Farrell also starting off 3 seconds for Shoalhaven. Leichhardt scratching out of lane 5. And we have Glebe in lane 6 off 2 seconds. Kate Wareham and Ann Skilton. And then the front markers in lanes 7 and 8. Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. And Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Ison and Michelle Doozle. And is Drummoyne leading? And they're leading. And also getting challenged from Greenleys and Cowfold. So it's Panagopoulos and Cox on this side of the course that have started off very well and trying to preserve their advantage of 2 to 4 seconds that they have over the rest of the field. And a strong performance coming from Greenleys and Cowfold of Drummoyne. And also over on the far side, definitely don't forget about Olivia Zago and Lisa Matthews from the University of New South Wales. So Ison and Doozle of Lake Macquarie. They're in about 4th position at the moment, ahead of Glebe, and then back to Shoalhaven. And we'll see where these medals will end up. We're in lane number 3, having hit the lead. We've also got to keep an eye out. University of New South Wales are starting to mow them down a little bit, but it is Amy Greenleys, Vipka Cowfold that are going to take out the Women's Masters Double Scull Division number 1. They do so from the University of New South Wales in 2nd spot. 3rd goes to Panagopoulos and Cox of Drummoyne. Ison Doozle, Lake Macquarie finish 4th. 5th to Shoalhaven, Calderwood and Farrell. Wareham and Skilton of Glebe. They round out the 6 crews in the field in Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. And this presentation is for Division 3 of the Women's Masters Double Scull, race 68 in the program. And in 3rd place, the bronze medalists, Endeavour, Katrina Whiteley and Diana Trescott. The silver medalists representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders. And the gold medalists representing Lake Macquarie, Anne Harkham and Tess Fearon. Please congratulate the medalists in the Women's Masters Double Scull. On the course now, the Men's Masters Quad Scull, and all the crews are just underway. Some large handicaps here for a 500 metre race. We have the North Shore crew in lane 7, David Kay, Jim Hole and Walter John James. They're a J crew, average age more than 80 years. Lane 6, Drummoyne and F crew, started 21 seconds in arrears. Shoalhaven and E crew, 23 seconds in arrears out of lane 5. And then Endeavour have 2 C category crews in lanes 4 and 3. And the crew in lane 3 has just had a bit of an issue and are starting to get going once more. But the crew in lane 4 started off 27 seconds back. And they're doing a very, very good job at starting to reel some of this in. North Shore still have the advantage. I think the others are pretty happy the tailwind isn't what it once was an hour ago, as North Shore would have been blown across the finish line in only about another 8 or more strokes. But North Shore still holding on. Drummoyne in 2nd. Shoalhaven in 3rd, but Endeavour closing rapidly. The Endeavour crew, Tony Chadwick, Owen Redhead, Christopher Bonamini and Alex Bruton. have moved their way up into the bronze medal spot. Can they improve that to silver? North Shore still holding on. Drummoyne coming at them. And Endeavour. We'll see what sort of a finish they have. So North Shore look like they're just going to hold on. John James will be across the finish line. First man across the line. Silver medal to go to Drummoyne. Bronze medal to Endeavour. And fourth, very narrowly missing out on the medals, Shoalhaven Rowing Club. And in fifth position will be the Endeavour number 2 crew, Foster, Walsh, Henderson and Rossau. This presentation is for Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. Third place and bronze medalists representing Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. The silver medalists were the NSW crew of Olivia Zago and Lisa Matthews, coached by Chris Burns. And the gold medalists representing Drummoyne, Amy Greenlees and Vibke Kaufold. Congratulations to medalists in Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull, race 69. On the course now, race 71, the Women's Open Single Scull. 9 entries in this straight final. And we have Kirralie Schofield of UTS in lane number 1, coached by Katie Healy and Jared Watson. Lane 2, University of New South Wales, Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 3, Wendy Miller, Leichhardt. In lane 4, University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Michael Russell and Phil Bergignon. Amy Underwood of Corowa is in lane number 5, coached by Wesley Canny. In lane 6, Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Samantha Backler of University of New South Wales is in lane 7, coached by Chris Burns. And then we have Lucy McFarlane of Centenary in lane number 8, coached by Michael Upstelton. And in lane number 9, and doing very, very well. It's the scullers on the flanks that are doing very, very well. But on this side, in lane 9, we have Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell, the Nepean sculler. So Nepean in lane 9, UTS in lane 1, and those then in the middle doing very well. The field's taking a W formation as it starts to move down. Schofield on the far side of the course. Olivia Harris has a bit of a glance across and to see where things are at, but it looks like Kirralie Schofield of UTS leading this one. In third place, we have Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven. Amy Underwood of Corowa will be next in fourth position. As we get into the last 20 metres, it's Kirralie Schofield. UTS is going to take out the Women's Open Single Scull. And she does so from Olivia Harris of Nepean. Gets the silver medal. Bronze to Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven. Amy Underwood of Corowa, 4th. Scarlett Woodbury, University of Queensland, 5th. Followed by Lucy McFarlane of Centenary in 6th. Samantha Backler of the University of New South Wales in 7th. Isabella Niven of the University of New South Wales finishing 8th. And in 9th place, Wendy Miller of Leichhardt. We now move to the presentation of medals for race 70, the men's Masters Quad Scull. And in third place, winners of the bronze medal, Endeavour, Tony Chadwick, Owen Redhead, Christopher Bonamini, and Alex Bruton. Second place and silver medalist, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Anthony Hayworth, Graham Wern, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, and Gary Foster. Or it might be David Page, is it? And in the gold medalist representing North Shore, David Kay, Jim Hole, Len Walter, and John James. Please congratulate the medalists in the men's Masters Quad Scull. Men's Open Double Sculls next, race 72. It's due to start shortly. Lane number 1, University of Queensland, Mac Russell and Samuel Forbes, coached by Michael Russell. Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone, the Cranbrook crew, in lane number 2, coached by Adrian Henning. In lane 3, Mitch Kaponis and Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS, coached by Judith Ungermark, Matthias Ungermark and Sam Fennessy. In lane 4, UTS, Patrick Burke and Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, UTS, Lucas Stefanovic and Jack Henderson, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 6, Penrith, Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos-Cutler. Lane 7, University of New South Wales, Alan Mendelowitz and Zach Partridge, coached by Cameron Butler. And in lane 8, Michael Pickford and Chris Burns, also coached by Cam Butler and representing the University of New South Wales. Crew in lane 4 has shot out Patrick Burke and Henry Blackwell. Burke won the men's open single earlier today. Henry Blackwell's having a great season as well, and they'd be one of the favourites for this one. Penrith certainly aren't letting it have it all their own way. Taylor and Moran in the pink hats, 3 out from the grandstand. Faring very, very well alongside Lucas Stefanovic and Jack Henderson. And then we've also got Mitchell Kaponis. Looks like he'd look good on a stained glass window. And Mitch Blackmore-Cram, they're 3 out from the far side of the course. So it looks to be where the medals are going at this particular point in time. University of New South Wales, Mendelowitz and Partridge would be next, followed by Cranbrook, University of Queensland and the University of New South Wales. But it is Henry Blackwell in the stroke seat and Patrick Burke in the bow seat in lane number 4. They're going to take this one and they're going to do it by bang on a boat length. Who will get the silver medal? I think Stefanovic and Henderson, UTS. And then Kaponis and Blackmore-Cram get 3rd. And then 4th goes to Penrith Rowing Club. 5th to the University of New South Wales. 6th to Cranbrook. 7th to the University of Queensland. And in 8th place, Pickford and Burns of the University of New South Wales. And we now move to presentation for race 71, the Women's Open Single Scull. And in third place, the bronze medalist representing Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Second place and silver medalist representing Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. And the winner and gold medalist representing UTS, Kiralee Schofield, coached by Katie Healy and Jared Watson. Please congratulate the medalists in the Women's Open Single Scull. And race 73, the women's under 21 4 is underway. And the two Kinross crews in this one, Kinross Walleroy number 1 in lane number 4, Grace Tancred, Ruby Ligo, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy and Emily Caro, the coxswain, Emma Fessy, the coach. They're the younger of the two combinations. The number 2 crew in lane number 5, Jemima Scammell, Sienna Wilkin, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong and Philippa Martin, the coxswain, coached by Andrew Gannon. We're in lane number 5. So it's crew in lane 5 that have just started to move out, and they're just starting to a little bit cleaner with those finishes and starting to press out to about the best part of a boat length's advantage. Getting pushed down in these nice, fast following conditions. Just enough of a tail breeze to help push you down the track a little bit faster, and roughen the water up too much and make it too messy. But the number one crew over in lane number 4 has just started to push back a little bit, so it's a spirited performance from Kinross number 1 in lane number 4. They were jumped on the start and they've started to claw it back down to half a boat length, but it will be the Kinross number 2 crew, Scammell, Wilkins, Searle and Wong, with Philippa Martin first across the line. They're coached by Andrew Gann, and they take out the women's under 21 4 from Kinross Wallaroy number 1, who place second. We now move to presentations for race 72, the men's open double scull. And in third place and bronze medalist representing UTS, Mitchell Caponis and Mitch Blackmore Cram, coached by Judith Ungemark, Matthias Ungemark and Sam Fennessy. Second place silver medalist UTS, Lucas Stefanovic and Jack Henderson. And they're coached by Sam Fennessy. And the gold medalist representing UTS, Patrick Burke and Henry Blackwell. They're coached by Matthias Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. Please congratulate the medalists in the men's open double scull. And we're underway in the final race of the New South Wales Sprint Championships for 2023. The men's under 21 quad scull is race 74. The field, Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 4, Will Stedman, Hayden Williamson, Hayden Melmoth, Vaughan Henderson. In lane 5, Kinross Wallaroy 2, Dominic Seger, Archie Condon, Nick Tancred and Tommy Poulton, coached by Ben Watt. And in lane number 6, Kinross Wallaroy number 1, Harry Dimmick, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, coached by Ben Watt. And that's the crew in the lead in the yellow boat on this side of the course. And they're leading from Hunter Valley Grammar School in second spot, and only about third of a boat length down is Kinross Wallaroy number 2. So it's going to be a great race here. It looks like Kinross Wallaroy number 1, if they can keep it clean, going to post a pretty fast time in this one. And Hunter Valley Grammar School now just starting to try and push away and fend off the challenge from Kinross Wallaroy number 2. Now, Kinross Wallaroy School going to take out the overall point score at this regatta, I think, by the look of it. And it'd be fitting that they take out the final race on the schedule, the men's under 21 quad scull. Dimmick, Day, Cleary and Smith victorious in the men's under 21 quad scull. 1:26.52 the time. Silver medal to go to Hunter Valley Grammar School, Will Stedman, Hayden Williamson, Hayden Melmoth and Vaughan Henderson. And the bronze medal to go to Kinross Wallaroy 2, Dominic Seger, Archie Condon, Nick Tancred and Tommy Poulton. And this presentation is for race 73, the women's under-21 Coxed 4. The silver medalist was Kinross Wallaroy 1, Grace Tancred, Ruby Ligo, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy and Emily Carrow, the coxswain, coached by Emma Fessy. We have with us the gold medalist, Kinross Wallaroy number 2, Jemima Scammell. Sienna Wilkin, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, coxed by Philippa Martin and coached by Andrew Gannon. Please congratulate Kinross Wallaroy School winners of the women's under-21 Cox 4. This presentation is for race 74, the final race of the day, the men's under 21 quad scull. Third place and bronze medalist, Kinross Wallaroy. Number 2, Dominic Seger, Archie Condon, Nick Tancred, Tommy Poulton, coached by Ben Watt. Second place and silver medalist, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Will Stedman, Hayden Williamson, Hayden Melmoth, and Vaughan Henderson. And the gold medalist, Kinross Wallaroy, number 1, Harry Dimmick, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary, and Oliver Smith, and coached by Ben Watt. Please congratulate the medalists in the men's under 21 quad scull. And we have the point score results for the Kevin Webb OAM point score trophy for the New South Wales Sprint Championships. In third place on 99 points, North Shore Rowing Club. In second place on 129 points, UTS. And the winners on 183 points, Kinross Wallaroy School. So we'd have the representatives from Kinross Wallaroy receiving the Kevin Webb OAM New South Wales Sprint Championship point score trophy.